Hello. All right. Hi. Actually haven't seen my camera, which is probably a problem because I have no clue where I am in comparison to it. Let's see if that helps. A little better. Okay. I was like, oh, I'm going to get a drink before I start. And then I put my headphones on, and then I remembered I was wearing earrings today because it matched my dress, but then they're getting pressed. The studs are getting pressed into my ears. Or sorry, into my neck from my ears, so I don't do that. So we are going to be jumping back into this. I'm at most playing 4 hours tonight. I work in the morning, and I just got off work not too long ago already, so I'm so sleepy. I'm gonna ruin your sleep? No, this is fine. This was scheduled. I was debating not coming, but I wasn't all that tired when I got home. You're welcome. I'm doing this for you, so you can have some solace. Maybe you'll love Adolph. Look, see? You killed my Elgato. You did that. Figuring itself out. Are you waking back up? All right. It had been so good. This is the first time it's actually crashed in a while. I have to do what I usually do, which is unplug the whole thing and let it plug back in. It hadn't had this problem recently. You want me to go to sleep with some pain and anger? Again, he could be the best one. We don't know. What if you love him so much? I still haven't actually got around to fixing the chat because I'm using OBS instead of Streamlabs right now. And Streamlabs has it kind of integrated into that, so it works. There is pain, though. Sure, there's pain, but like in a world where everyone dies at the age of 23, I mean, you gotta be prepared for some pain. I'm still not sure if I just have to join Leah. What? I'm just saying. I mean, we're here for the Ankou, right? Are we not? Isn't this why we're just waiting for this story? And in order to get there, we have to do all the other stories. Oh, here's one of the randoms. Okay. I'm trying to be a good person and try to make, I don't know, not, I guess TikToks is the right word. I don't have TikTok. I have Instagram and technically YouTube now lets you do shorts. But one of my friends is like, you should make these. And I realized I do not make a lot of facial expressions while I'm playing. I don't know if that's more problematic for me than what, but like I'm just sitting there like, probably could have looked more normal there. I don't want to see. I do want to see Ankou. I was like, wait a second. Whoa. Who do you think you are? You can just not see that beautiful man. I'm not sure if this is how I get to his route either. We're gonna find out. That's all I want. I just want Ankou. Ooh. Oh. Ask about food supplies. Is it safe to assume that Adolph only had enough here for himself, which meant food supply would be limited? Adolph, can I check the pantry to see how much food you have at the moment?
No, 大丈夫だ.
Yeah, go right ahead. I think I accidentally saved over one of the other things.
それで、これが不足してるもんの一覧
Got to go
か。
to the start to start it. I see that I have a list of what I need.
最低でも3日か。
Breakfast, lunch, and dinner for 6 people. I'm not surprised the list is so long.
やっぱりかなりの量になるね。君はまだマルシェに買い物に出るのは危険だろうし、俺たちで買い出しに行ってくるよ。
Probably be a bit risky for you to go shop for groceries at the marché. Why? Why, Eaves? Why do you think it'd be hard for me? Because I'm a girl? Just kidding. No, you don't. You two need to make... Oh, you two need to make rest your top priority. I didn't.
ただの買い物程度なら問題ねえよ。
Adolph, stop being depressed, okay? It's only some shopping, we'll be fine. I know you would say that, but I'm still worried.
なら、僕が運転してきた自動車使いますか?
How about we take
たくさ
my
ん荷
car
物を
then?
詰め込めますし、
It
移動
can
も
carry
楽
a
になるかと。
great deal and make transportation a lot
い
easier.
や、悪いが遠慮する。あれでクーネを走るとかなり目立つからな。
Taking a car will attract attention to everybody in Cohen.
そっか。
Aw, making Mathis feel
お役
bad.
に立てず、 すみません。
You're right. I'm sorry. I can't be of much help. Give us all your money.
では私が。
Then allow
先
me.
生さっき外泊を伝えなきゃいけない相手がいるって言ってたじゃないですか。
But you said you need to let someone know you're going to be out.
俺たちのことは気にしないで自分の用事を優先してください。
No need to worry about us. Please prioritize what you had planned. Tips for Adolph and Ankou to start from the title screen. Select Start Act 3. Ah!
何往復か
So
すれ
easy.
ば俺たちだけでも手は
Won't
足り
take
る。
more than 2 steps. 2 trips. Oops.
そうですか。ではお言葉に甘えて。
Then I will help
戻
once
り
I
し
return.
マティス、お前はそこの手伝う気がかけらもない男と留守を
Mathis,
預
keep
かって
an
く
eye on
れ。
that loafer who has no desire to help.
念の
Dude,
ため警戒は怠らず、ナイフは常備していた方が良いですよ。
you would suggest that, Lucas. You would suggest a weapon. Let me get my food real quick. No worries. I'm going through this one dialogue choice anyways. I want to have everything marked as done. I suggest you remain vigilant and keep a knife on hand just in case. You know, wink, 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 wink.
ふぅ。
はい、
Okay.
わかりました。
Understood. He's got a knife strapped to his leg at all times. You can't see it, but it's there. For the way things sounded, Adolph and Eaves really were the only ones who could go and do grocery shopping. That's not true. Are you really sure?
痩せ我慢なんてしてないから安心して。むしろ休んでばかりじゃ体がなまるし、適度に運動はしておかないと。
It's a dog outside. We'll be fine. Just in any case, too much rest will slow us down, so it's better that we stay active. Sure. Understood. Then please just keep it within reason. Maybe it's not a dog. If either of you feel sick or unwell, please come back or go to the hospital as soon as you can.
ただ
Okay?
の買い物で心配しすぎだ。
It's like 2 dogs. They have different yippee sounds. Don't worry about us shopping. They talked to each other about who would buy what, and then they headed out to the marché. 2 hours later.
よいしょっと。これで必要なものは全部揃ったかな？
There we go. I think that should be about everything we need.
3往復してやっと終わったな。
Took us 3 trips to get everything. If only you had a car. Thank you very much. You two should rest for the day. I went outside to greet them as they returned with bags of groceries.
荷物を中に運ぶの、僕
Let
も
me help
お手伝いします。
carry some of it inside. Mathis quickly followed behind me.
あ、
He let a gasp and turned pale upon seeing Eaves.
イブさん、腕の底、血が滲んでます。
Eaves, your arms is bleeding.
え？
Huh? Oh, I looked more closely and discovered a bit of red seeping through Eve's clothes.
ああ、荷物を持つために力んだとき、少し傷口が開いちゃったかな。
I guess my wound's open when I was lifting the groceries. We have to treat it right away. Isn't that one you got from Barreau?
いや、血の量も少ないし大丈夫。それより先に荷物を中へ。
This is another hint on the fact that Eaves is he can't feel pain, which also means he shouldn't feel anything at all, to be clear. That's it's not just one or the other, but he doesn't have the ability to feel pain. It's not bleeding too bad. I'm fine. Let's get everyone inside first. We'll carry everything inside. Let me get some medicine and bandages. Mathis, can you please lead Eaves inside to make sure that he doesn't make a run for it?
はい、任せてください。しっかり連行させていただきます。
Took a real serious turn. All right, just leave it to me. I'll make sure he doesn't escape.
包帯も薬ももったいないよ。このぐらい放っておけばすぐ治るって。
No need to waste good medicine and bandages. It'll heal by itself in no time.
もう、
Even
問答
so.
無用。
Sorry, Adolph. I'm going to leave the groceries here for a moment. You go and rest if you're tired, okay?
あ
Yeah. You bored?
あいつもマティスも本当にしたたかになったな。
Aw, she and Mathis are a lot stronger than they were before.
逆にイブのやつは相変わらずか。
Eaves, on the other hand, is as
簡
usual.
単に治るもんじゃねえのは分かってるし、助けられることもあるが。 やっぱ見てるこっちが危なっかしい。
I know his wounds won't heal so easily, and I know I can help. How can you help? Not in the best shape myself. How can you help?
おやおや。
Sir, yeah, exactly. My oh my.
戻ってきた途端、美味しそうな食材の山に出迎えられてしまいました。
How delightful to be greeted by so much delicious looking food.
あんたか。
You're here.
はい、私です。おかげさまで用事を済ませることができました。
Yes, I am. Thanks to everyone, I was able to take care of my personal
こちら
agenda.
の食材はすべて中に運び入れる予定なのですか？
Do you need help carrying these inside?
ああ、ただ人手が足りねえ。邪魔だろうが、今は避けて通ってく。
You forget. Well, actually, you don't know this, Adolph, in this world yet. Lucas is strong. He's like Dothraki strong. We don't have enough manpower. I know it's in the way. Just step around.
よいしょ。
Here we go.
さすがに量が量なのでバランスを取りづらいですね。
It's hard to keep my balance with so much of my arms at once.
先ほどのお礼として私が食料庫まで運んでおきますので。
Thanks for earlier. Please allow me to take these to the pantry. What an extremely long dialogue difference. Interesting. Huh, you're saying Lucas carried all the groceries himself? And all at once, too? Adolph entering us with a joke just as I was bandaging Eaves' wounds. He nodded in response to my question, at which point Eaves and I both smiled. Really? You sure like making jokes about our old teacher, Adolph?
実際は先生と二人で運んでくれたんだよね。ありがとう。手伝えなくて。
Where the heck were you guys hiding in this house that you didn't see Lucas do this? You both took the groceries to the pantry, right? Thanks for that. Sorry I couldn't help.
次は僕もお手伝いしますから。小麦粉とか重かったですよね。
Next time I'll help. The flour must have been
痛めて
especially
みません
heavy.
か？
Are you sure your arms are all right?
大丈夫ですよ。重いものの大半はアドルフ君が運んでくれましたから。
Not to worry. Adolph was kind enough to do the heavy lifting.
なんで毎回俺しか目撃者がいねえんだ。
Why am I the only one around when he does these things? It's probably intentional at that point. All right. Necessities taken care of. I was able to clean the place myself. It didn't take more than a few minutes. All right, I think that means, yeah. That was that for that scene. Okay, we'll go back to the home screen after this. Tie tile. All right. Start. Oh, wait, do I have to? Oh, that's weird. I don't know what scared me. The idea of having to rename my character. yeah, Leah. That's the name. It's the name I go every time. I'm still not sure how to properly say Les Salut. Doesn't sound right. Salut. Affirming his fate to pursue, toying with the fates. I didn't take a screenshot fast enough. I was too busy reading it. Ah. I could have retained hatred if I had had a form. If it had a form. Why do people die in this country? Is it the fault of death's curse? Why are people's hearts so warped? Death's curse has driven them to insanity. I want to hate. I wanted to hate. If death's manifestations were to reveal itself, I would use whatever means possible to decapitate and kill it. However, I understand well enough that resistance against tragedy is meaningless, which is why I will do what I can to fight as a normal human. I need to return to my existence as a human. The preciousness of living a fleeting life to face the very few years we are given. Will not accept the fate of succumbing to death after only 20 years of living. That rhymed. turn black. Even if I were to depart against my will, I am certain that someone will appear to carry out my
さ
wishes.
て、絶望か、救済か。
Rather despair or salvation. Hey! We did all the salvation.
死神が天秤を傾けるのは
And
ど
what,
っちでしょう。
Mama, in what direction will death tip the scales? We also learned in the last story that Sheen takes responsibility for killing Mama's son, which we're positive, I don't know if we're positive, we're pretty sure is Dahat, which would also make sense. I forgot to screenshot this. This is me. Sorry, I didn't mean to hit the button. I didn't make it in time. Why?
どうしてこんなことに。
Why has this happened? I lamented as I embraced her soulless body. I closed my eyes. Memories of her living only moments ago flowed endlessly into my
頼
mind.
む。いつもみたいに俺の名を呼んでくれ。
Please, Leah, please call my name like you usually
俺
do.
はまだお前に何一つ生きる希望を与えていない。
I haven't given you a single hope to live for yet. She didn't respond. The only thing I could hear were the raindrops on her body and my echoing cries. She wouldn't return regardless of my regret. She was bound to the curse and forced to leave this world at 18 years old.
認めるものか。
How does he know?
な結末。
I won't accept this ending. The death that took her from me, the curse, and whoever was responsible.
いつかこの手で
One day, I will
殺してや
kill.
る。
I will kill them all. From the bottom of my heart, I loathed the fate that condemned her to this. Interesting. Okay, is he the person who does the time traveling? Because there is supposed to be one person that does time traveling, and that'd make perfect sense if he knows she dies at 18. This could be the person inside me that remembers amnesia. And in amnesia, there were characters who knew that you were repeating the courses because they too repeated the courses. So if he knows she always dies at 18, how does he know? How would he know? I lived my entire life among corpses. I was a sinister girl who brought misfortune to those around her, known as death itself. That was who I was. I was dreaming. Just like the black lycra flowers. Many, many lives were scattered into the crimson light. The nightmare. The nightmare began in a field of flames. Burning, crumbling. Just yesterday, this was a special place for the smiling children, but no. So hot. Help. I don't want to die. We've read this a few times now. I won't be able to come back to life because they're not relivers. The boy with the bright, innocent smile who told me that my stew was delicious turned into a lump of charred meat that smelled of oil. The burning and crumbling continued to reap the lives of those in my tiny world. Water. Water. So dry and hot. Some perished in the flames. Some were crushed by the falling debris from the house. One stood without motion, crying and praying over and over again. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. It's because I'm here. There was no point to my pathetic tears. They evaporated as soon as I shed them. The wall next to me groaned. So it soon began to crumble and collapse into flames above me as though to take my life. No! A shadow jumped out of the crumbling walls. I heard the despair in his voice. That alone was enough for me to understand that it was directed towards me. After all, the boy who had jumped towards me was now enduring the flames and the suffering that should have been fallen me. Who are you? Why are you? No. Don't give up. The boy groaned in anguish as his face burned, but still he grabbed my hand with strength. He was doing his best to somehow lead me to the exit beyond the collapsed wall. The flames burning his flesh only grew. Hot. So hot. Someone, anyone, help me. Please. Please save her. The kind, strong soul who was trying to save me. His face was melting from the flame. He let out a horrific scream. And with that, the memory ends. What? What did I do? I simply wanted to live life normally, together with my most beloved child. I awoke with a silent scream. My body was drenched in sweat, and I could feel my chest heaving from panting breaths. I tried to calm myself, placing my hand over my heart. I felt it beating. I had not been burned, nor could I. Oh gosh. Okay, just making sure. I felt it beating. I had not been burned, nor was I cold and lifeless, which meant I'm alive. Why was I alive? Just as I had finished uttering those words, another thought arose from within. A dream. I let out a sigh and looked around the room. Is Ankou and Adolph the same person? This is definitely my room. The images I saw were from my past, a nightmare. All the orphanages look so similar that my dreams blend easily into reality. Maybe it's just me. I feel like I've been having the same dream over and over again, and I don't remember exactly, but I think I saw something strange just before waking up. No, just stop, Leah. Just the thought of the worst happening makes me feel like it'll come true. I gently shook my head to wake myself up and heard a light knocking on the door. If she asks me to make breakfast, I'm gonna start skipping some of this dialogue. Are you awake? May I come in? Oh, yes. Please come in. I still haven't had a chance to dress yet, but it'll just be me and you. Good morning, Leah. What a wonderful day it is. She came in looking as beautiful as always, her habit swaying gracefully. Good morning, Sister Salome. I mean, Mom. Good morning, Mother. Very good.
いきなり昔の他人行儀な呼び方に戻ったものだから、私が何かしちゃったかとびっくりしたわ。
I wonder if I'd done something wrong for you to dress me like a stranger. Yeah, this is the same. I'm sorry, I just had been half asleep. Sister Salome, it was 7 years ago after the events of the fire. All the children raised here, she treats them like their own, hasn't referred to them as mom, judged by her appearance alone. I would say that she was around the same I was, but she's a reliver. We're gonna start skipping. It won't let me skip because it considers this a whole new game. A whole new game, but it's not. Unless... Hang on, I have a thought. We're gonna do something real quick. No. That won't work, will it? Fine. Something you need me asked to
そう
do.
そう。そのためにあなたを起こしに来たのよ。
Well, I know. It won't let me skip the section even though it's
もしよかっ
done.
たらなのだけど、
Prep breakfast. Yeah. Also,
あ
your
なた少なく
brother.
とも私は純粋に
Your brother's gonna come visit. The kinder mother was, the more I despised myself for always responding with depressing thoughts. And then I made the food. And then Milo didn't want to eat the food. Oh, wait a second. They did skip this. There were 16 people at the orphanage, including myself. The youngest here were 3 years old. The next oldest was 13. The children here looked at their age. Okay, I could be wrong, but last time they didn't finish eating the meal, so maybe they did realize they need to quit it. Dinner for 3 tomorrow. Why dinner for 3?
聞いて驚いてちょうだいね。
You're gonna be
実は夕
surprised.
べ、巡回で通りかかった自警団の人から伝言があっ
Last
て、
night I received a message from the
あなた
corpse.
の大事なお兄様、アドルフが、
Your brother's coming for
あ
a
さっての巡
visit.
回担当がこの区域らしいから、止めてほしいんですって。
Here's another random note, right? The corpse is like in town. He's not gone. When they first said this thing about him, I thought like he was far away. And he's not. He's really close. He's been assigned to patrol the area the day after here, so he'll be spending the night. Really? The news was uplifting the moment I forgot my natural reflexes. Adolph used to live there. He was like a real brother. He's been living alone. He stays in Cohen. We're gonna skip things that we already know. This is the biggest skip of
北
them
の
all.
空根を荒らしていた窃盗団相手に大取り物をしたらしいし、
Captured a group of thieves running rampant in the North Cohen.
ここはあの子の活躍をお祝いするささやかな夕食会を3人で開きた
I
いと
thought
思
the
って。
three of us, I'm literally just trying to pull my sleeve up this entire time. I thought the three of us could enjoy a private dinner to
そ
celebrate.
れならあなたも遠慮なく腕を振る
Do
う
you
こと
feel
が
more
できるでしょ。
motivated to prepare dinner for us now? Yeah, if that's the case, then I'll make dinners his favorites too. But for that, has Adolph mentioned anything about his health? You know, because the curse. I know he's strong and probably doing fine, but I'm still worried.
ああ、そのことね。
I see.
それなら大丈夫。時期
He's
風
been
邪をひくど。
healthy. I see. That's good to hear.
それじゃあ、早速今日のお仕事。
You're up to the task. Should I clean first or tidy up? Or maybe calculate this month's expenses?
お掃除って肉。でも違うわ。今回は夕食会の材料を揃えるための
Pick up some
マルシェセルネ
groceries.
ボルへの手紙
Deliver a
を
letter to
使い、
Chernobyl. Done. Conversation we've already had. We'll note they did skip some of the dialogue, unless I'm wrong, for the breakfast, because the kids didn't complain about her making breakfast. What a beautiful marché! I carried with me the shopping list and the letter to give to me, given to me by mother. My first destination was the marketplace in Cohen. That was called the marché. I continued my search through the bustling town. The girl from the orphanage. She's that Reaper girl. Enjoying their conversations. Their eyes turn cold. She's gonna curse you. I heard you can cut off the air from your lungs. This all seems very familiar. All hushed whispers I could hear were clearly about me. I looked towards the gossipers, and as they met my eyes, they quickly turned away with expressions of disgust and fear. Can I? Okay. I'm gonna keep checking. I like to buy some things today. I forced myself to smile, the familiar routine. Mere sight of death, shopping for food somehow struck fear into their hearts. They all watched me from afar with their usual suspicions. To be fair, she's radiating toxins. So that's fair. No secret. Soul of death dwelled in my body. My existence spread misfortune to others, often worse than death alone. There was some out there who laughed. This is superstition stories at first, but after hearing the details of my life, they laughed, eventually subsided. Most who have become close to me for an extended period of time die. Which is why I'm referred to as Death, the Reaper, and other such names. Classy. Lycoris Princess, I like that one. There was 2 types of curses that I inflicted. I know the kind of curses you inflict. The sickening one. Sometimes you set things on fire. That's when your stuff gets too strong. 7 years ago, caused fire. People hate me. I got left out on the streets. Mama came to my rescue. Yeah, I'm not reading. I've read this twice. But one day, a room absent of started to catch on fire. I just burned everything. Now, just the fact that it was different from her usual MO almost makes you feel like maybe they'd believe that it wasn't. I am death. I didn't take long for everyone to follow suit. Did they really make it to where I can't just let on people threw stones at me without a place to go? Just in case. Just in case. No, it started off differently. My brain is like this. I'm like, I'm going to start over. Fell into despair. It was then that Adolph and Mother found me. Classic. Felt incredibly grateful towards them. Finished my shopping. Decided to deliver this letter. It feels like this is a longer trip. His girlfriend's dead. He wanted help taking her dead body to the Institute, because you have to take dead bodies to the Institute because they have to make sure all the body parts are there. If anything's missing, you don't get relived. What's reliving? Glad you asked. That is a procedure where they take you and make a clone of you, and then that clone gets injected with your memories, at least up to the time you back them up. And with that, they become alive again as clones. But you have to be dead, rule 1. 2, you have to have all your body pieces. Covered by black licorice. Is this going to... No, we're not doing this. We're not doing this. Is this Mathis? This Mathis sitting with his teacher. Because if this is, you guys need to stop it. Y'all need to quit this. Began around 60 years, located central, longevity, the ability to dream big, hand the letter to the guard, deliver the letter, not even once said bye. My long-held curiosity finally came out. Just an ID. Based on that, I assume Mother's friend was an acquaintance. Isn't that... Oh yeah, she came back to life, and he's like, we can live together, and she's like, I guess. On her arm was a brand new insignia, shining brightly, that she didn't have on her previous body. She's relived. Praise Reliver technology. They lamented their short lives.
それを可能としたのは2つの技術。クローンの作成システムと記憶の呪いにより限界を迎え、死を迎えたに代わりに本人の遺伝子から作り出し、あらかじめ脳から取り、この方法にこの技術を用い、クローン体となって永遠と
23 years. You can come back as a clone. I know this. Why would they do this? Why would they make this where... Reliver. Okay, I'm gonna save really quick. Double check. And see. I should be allowed to quit any section. I shouldn't have to sit through these guys being reintroduced. I know who they are. Alright, we're gonna save. All the way down here. And then I'm gonna load in just to make sure I'm not crazy, because what if I am? What if I am? What if I load my previous one and maybe it'll know, maybe it just knows. Maybe it just knows I'm cool. This seems like a lot of work to make me go through all of that again. Like, I don't care if the dialogue changes. I should be able to skip to the next dialogue that has changed. It feels weird to tell me no. And I don't care if they cut it down a little bit. Just the fact that you can't play that chapter unless you've already done it all. Dang it, I tried. Like, it just seems silly. Like, why? Why do you want to make my life difficult? Why are you being mean to me? I just want to date cute monsters, Sheen, my husband. No, we're not going down another path again. We can't get good endings yet. This is a work of fiction. Life of Potomi players. Listen. If I had known I was going to have to fly through this dialogue, I would have literally gotten there already. Like, is there a way to... Lucas, I understand. You're hot, but like... God, everything's great. Yeah. You're coughing because you're on medication that helps repress the fact that you're gonna die in 9 months. We're having flashbacks of conversations from minutes ago. Leah, noticing my silence, look at this beautiful man. Make sure you make the right choice. LOLOL, so you have no regrets. LOLOL. Oh, my stars. Midnight, airfield, the area. Gonna go to sleep again. Choice I won't regret. Milo's sick. Oh no. I bet it's death. Death cursed me. That's what I do. And we found out that that's true. Take a walk. My trek took me to the country's edge. Look into the blue horizon. Gaze at the field. As I reached out, brushed against a flower with black petals and a dash of red, a sign stood nearby. Those who wish to avoid death keep away from the flowers of misfortune. What a shame. They're so pretty. Ankou. Ankou. No records, hardly any. Flowers of misfortune and death, the lycras. Hasten the curse. You'll die sooner if you touch them because they're full of toxins. Like me. I'm just a walking gas of toxins. Phil the lycras felt very close to me because we are both hated and misunderstood. Hope that guy's okay that's at home dying. And then I'm gonna walk home again. Oh, nope, not yet. Just talking about how I have a room to myself so that people don't get sick around me. Now I think about it, I'm so reliant on others. Gosh. How dare I? This is how I play when I'm by myself, by the way. This red, great. Oh look, it's a guy. He's crying. I'm staring at him. Oh dear, let me run away.
Oh.
And I ran. I didn't just walk. Nay. I ran. And then he recognized me, as one does when you're the reason they have 3rd-degree burns on their faces. Ugh. And I ran, and then I'm already gonna have a flashback about the guy in the field. Because... And then I hear dripping, and I'm like, oh, someone must have forgot to turn the water off. So I walk over there, and I'm like, wait, this isn't water. This is blood. And then somehow I get it all over my body. This part I'm still confused about. I don't know how I did this. I gazed in a stupor. Everything's red. Everything's red. I am covered in blood, and everything's red. Last 2 crumpled in a pool of blood at my feet. Just lots of blood. Sunk to the ground. So much blood. And I start screaming no. And then, like an angel, I might add. My stepbrother, Adolph, he shows up randomly. And he's got his... You should take your hand off the wall. It's bloody. But I thought he was supposed to return tomorrow. What happened? What happened? Who? What? I was dead. The people here... How did... nothing. I didn't do anything. Just happened to be here, but I didn't curse anyone. I didn't do anything. Why do I curse people? And then he's mad at me after asking me what I did. You're just an ordinary girl. He's such a liar. I'm not ordinary. I'm extraordinary. So much blood. Oh no, death is here. Later, the corpse. Arrest the Reaper. Shut up. Adolph glares. Blame this woman. Humans haven't changed, as he says, as he's been gone forever. He wiped blood off my cheek. Let's go back to the orphanage. Mom's probably worried sick. She doesn't even know I'm gone. Could be heard. Pierced my heart. You know, normal stuff. So normal. So many deaths. And then... Adolph! Okay, this will be new. It's his point of view. While supporting Leah, I found another alley we could walk through so as not to draw more attention. Oh, not all. Not all. Not all. Stop doing that. It was silent the entire way. Since I normally didn't talk much, I was having a hard time figuring out what to say that would make her feel better. Especially now that Leah was feeling exhausted after what happened. The one thing I knew I could do for her was... I stopped for a moment and moved myself away from Leah. Aww! With my back to her, I knelt down enough that she could reach me. She's covered in blood. I turned around to Leah and said, "Climb on, spider monkey." Get on. You want to get home as quickly as possible, right? I've already been enough of a bother to you tonight.
Real
question, how's he alive? How are you a bother? Besides, I've carried you on my back a million of times since you were little. I gave her a look to tell her to hurry up. Make her feel bad and she'll quickly get on my back. My foster sister understood my meaning and shyly leaned her weight against me. Is this a CG? Do I get a CG? I wrapped my arms under her legs and stood up carefully to not lose my
いつの
balance.
間にか、ずいぶん身長が伸びたな。
She's gotten a lot taller than before. How long has he been gone? Haven't carried her on my back like this since we were kids. I began walking home as I thought about the past despite the situation we were in now. I'm sorry, Adolph. She whispered an apology in my ear.
お前に謝られる理由なんて、俺にはねえよ。
Don't need to apologize to me for anything.
心配すんな。また誰かがお前を責め立てたとしても、
Don't worry, if
必ず
someone
守ってやる。
accuses you again, I'll make sure to protect you.
ありもしない罪への罰なんて、与えさせやしねえ。
I won't let them punish you for a crime that you didn't commit. Yes, even if it ends up hurting someone else, it was because
俺は、お前の兄だからな。
I'm your brother, you know? Thank you. Leah rested her face against my shoulder and responded in a soft voice. And then passed out because she's exhausted. The tragic night had came to a close, and the gentle morning light shone to my room. Each time the memories of what I saw flashed through my mind, my hands involuntarily rose to my mouth. Adolph was protecting me last night. Convened with his patrol unit from bringing me back. That was not English words. Then returned to the scene to investigate what happened. Classic. Mother greeted us with a pale face when we arrived. Just as Milo finally started to settle down, I'd come home covered in blood. Mom's just having to deal with all this all the time. Mother. I took a peek outside the window. There's a bunch of people out there and they want to fight me. They surrounded, angry, mad. Love having a brother as a love interest. I freaking hate it. Remember, they're in an orphanage, okay? It's not even like a normal brother-sister relationship. He was the only nice one to her. Everyone else didn't even want to talk to her. Spent a few hours. I somehow held back the urge to run to her aid. After all, it'd only make matters worse. She's death. She's a menace.
お引き取りください。
I will have to ask you to leave.
私は今回の件にあの子が関与しているとは思いません。
I do not believe she's in any way involved.
何より、あの子がこの施設に来て不幸が起きたなど。
Why not have mother as a love interest, another nice person? Well, you just said you don't like the sister-brother trope. That's a trope.
今までただ
All
の
of
一
its
度も
own.
思ったことはありませんから。
Never have I once witnessed misfortune. She's so cool.
いや、あんたらも群れるのが好きだね。こんなみっちり詰まり。
Few people showed up. It's that guy from the Lycra's field.
確か。
Korun, they're here to help.
俺が死神がどうこうなんて話。
あの女を。
You're on her side? What? You're in the fire. I'm hitting the wrong buttons, I'm prolonging this. Also, anyone watching this on YouTube, I'm joking in the chat. First off, I wanted the mom as love interest. However, I didn't know she was called Mother when they first showed her. I just thought she was pretty. I can want nice things, even if they literally stab me in the back. You yourself were a victim. He was right, I realized it. And then he went in the center and he was like, snap, snap, snap. I am nobody's victim.
被害者じゃないよ。
Yeah.
たまたま。昔からそう言ってた
I'm just
としたら。
a normal boy who met a normal girl
それ、クルーンの。
in a fire.
今、半分ずつかな。 あの話を信じてもらえなかったのが
どっちかより立ち悪いな。
You're no different from a con artist. Classic. Classic being a con artist. Anyways. He saw me through the window. I must hide. I must hide. Then my reunion with him brought back the crimson nightmare once again. Remember? Okay, this is different. This is not what happened last time. As we spoke, the children were suddenly hit by an explosive flames. The embers fluttered in the air as the smell of burning stung my nose. No. Eaves, wake up! Lying on the ground. Wait, did this just cut? This just cut ahead. Hang on. He wasn't breathing. Adolph's like, stop trying to bring him back. It's been forever. And I'm like, I cannot believe this. I'm so mad. He grabbed my arm. I found his... Where's his knife? Where's his knife? There's his knife. Alright. Does it. Cuts his shirt open. And then threw it down. And then I'm like, that's my dagger now.
ああ、あいつにとってイブは、それこそ世界の
Eaves was his best friend. It's me. There's my despondent face. I cursed him. Eaves died. I killed him. Dagger. Dagger me. I grasped its handle and left. And I walked away. I walked outside through the crumbled wall without a single soul noticing me. And then I found myself in a familiar place. And this is the only time in this game it rains, by the way. Swaying Lycris. I guess this is it. Am I gonna recall the faces of all the people I killed? Because Ankou's second husband. The first was a teacher. The second was a girl that liked me. There was a set of twins. I counted them as one for some reason. Yeah, I don't need the reminder of all of this. Oh. It's glitchy. It's glitching. Was it glitching last time I did this? There's the twins that count as one because they have the same face. They're basically the same. A worker at the orphanage. The 6th. Doesn't get it. We don't even care about their name. The 8th. All these people dead. Dead. Clap, clap, clap. Blood in the alleyway. Blood in the hallway. Huh? How many have I counted? Girl's death. All them bodies. She's so powerful. Yep, that's me. It's all my fault. I killed them with my powers of death. I take this knife that's like half a halberd. Cold light that gleams. Very familiar pose. Still, great looking outfit though. Pointed it at my neck. Scattered the petals. They'll wilt. They scattered. They went up in flames. I could no longer bear it. Dear God. I have killed so many people. I accept that I am a sinner. I have no right to live again. Rip the thing, single teardrop. I brought it towards my throat.
Oh.
Oh.
死神の少女が死の花園にて その命を散らすか。
The Maiden of Death seeks to end her life in the Garden of Death.
実に惹かれる光景だが、いささかそれは請求だ。
A fascinating decision, but one made in haste. He appeared before me suddenly.
仮にも自らを神だと名乗るなら、
You think yourself the god of death.
行為の存在らしく、もっとずぶとく傲慢に。
In that case, you should be more
人間た
brazen.
ちを陥れ、嘲笑いながら生きても許されると思うけれどね。
Laugh and bring ruin to the puny humans while living life as you please. Yes, this is a repeat, but it's worth it. It's the little nugget in the middle of all of this. He gave me a wide grin. He reached out to me with a frail hand. His bare fingers wrapped around the blade of the dagger, pointed at my throat, spilling significant amounts of his own blood. I should have been angry to be robbed of the death I wanted. You're bleeding. I was trying to kill myself so that no one else would come into harm. It wouldn't make sense for someone to die alongside me. Let go now. You need to stop the bleeding.
やれやれ。優しいのは結構だが、落ち着きたまえ。
My, how very kind of you. No need to fuss.
言ったろ。もっと君はずぶとく傲慢であるべきだ。
You far more brazen. Slowly moved his finger. The color traced over my lips like lipstick, painting them red. An indescribable shiver ran down my spine, preventing me from moving away. The blood on his fingers dripped down my lips and into my mouth. Instead of iron, it tasted like sweet
私は
nectar.
人ではないからね。
Let me just say that I am not human.
だから、現世で受けた傷などすぐに塞がる。
Which is why wounds inflicted upon me in this world will heal immediately. Just as I was about to ask more. Who are you? Mysterious man was with that a bewitching presence that didn't seem to be of this world. He smiled eerily and
は
spoke.
じめまして、死神のお嬢さん。
Nice to meet you, fair lady of
私
death.
はこの国の死の番人。
I am the Watchman of death, Ankou. When she kind of drinks his blood and his blood stops her powers.
悲
Yeah,
劇に
right?
嘆く麗
That's
し
what I
い姫
think.
君にとある契約を持ちかけるべく冥界より馳せ参じた。
Came here to propose a contract with a beautiful princess grieving.
私との約束を果たしたら。
Reborn a normal girl. Are we going to have the whole main entrance again? This was my encounter with the one who would lead me to either salvation or despair. My encounter with Ankou, the Watchman of Death. He's just got such sweet little eyes. Like, look at him. Watchman of Death. I didn't understand what he was trying to say. Before I knew it, the rain had stopped. The Ankou Watchman was observing my confusion with glee. He had literally appeared in front of me out of nowhere. The first thought that came to mind upon seeing him was suspicion. Still. Flashbacks. Vanished without a trace. Either he's using some kind of trick to hide the wounds, or, I don't know, blood from his fingers. Took a step back to put distance between us. Let me ask you one more time, who and what are you?
そんなに私という男に興味があるのかい？
Do I interest you as a man to such a degree?
対面早々そこまで熱く迫られるとは男冥利に尽きるじゃないか。
I never expected you to
ぜ
approach me with
ひこ
such
のまま
passion.
私と共にこの花園で秘密の仰せをと。
I would love to invite you to join me in the rendezvous in the field of flowers.
残念なことにこの口説き文句を君はお気に召さなかったらしいね。
You're not fond of hearing my sweet words to you. I am so fond, Ankou.
可能な限り質問に応じることでご機嫌取りをさせてもらおうか。
As an overture to please you, he spoke with graceful
先ほ
bow.
ど名乗った通り、
I'm the
世界
Watchman
の
of
底に
Death,
存在する死者が住まう冥界にて、
where the dead reside. I want to hear sweet words from you,
こ
Ankou.
の国
I
で
just
終
want to
焉
hear
を
sweet
迎えた
new
者たちの
words from you,
魂の
Ankou.
管理を任されている。
I've been entrusted with the care of the souls who have reached their
とはいえ、
ends.
この国には極端に短命か、いびつな転生を繰り返す者しかいないゆえ。
However, those who call this land home live short lives, twisting the laws of death to wring out as much as they can
い
before
さ
it.
さか退屈なのだがね。
I find it rather boring. Ankou let out a chuckle,
だからこそ、
which is why
私はずっと君と会える日を心待ちにしていたんだ。
I mean, I feel like they're made for each other with their gothic outfits and odd arm bondage. I have been waiting a long, long time for the day I could finally meet you, Leah, my dear partner and princess. Partner? Ankou
君
grinned.
が自称していたではないか。自分は死神だ。
You said it yourself, didn't you, that you're
魂
dead?
が死で満ちている君と死を司る私。まさに同胞と呼ぶにふさわ
This
し
is
い。
logic, Ankou. This is
違うか。
straight logic. I'm the Watchman, you are death. Let's go. The things he said didn't make any sense. It's like someone was forcing me to listen to a fairy tale they made up themselves. Still, there was something about the words that penetrated my heart. If what he says is true, that means my soul really is the soul of death. Hearing it confirmed in this way didn't sadden me, since it was the very reason I had sought to kill myself. No matter how many times I glanced at him warily, he seemed completely unbothered. If I didn't find a way to end our conversation soon, I wouldn't be able to carry out my plan to kill myself. You're getting in the way, okay? Let me ask you, if you're really death, why was I born as a human? Why does my existence bring death to those? Can you answer
も
that?
ちろん知っているとも。それは
Why, of course, that is because
君がのを有しているからで。
you possess the poison of the licorice. I could hear what he was trying to say. Seeing me tilt my head quizzically, Ankou rubbed his throat a little with his fingers and...
よる
Your parents are raptors. Your bodies, multiple because she has more than one apparently, are Eve. I don't know. He spoke again, but I still couldn't hear what he said clearly.
なるほど。
I see.
あれの影響か。肝心な時に役に立たない分際でとことん私の邪魔をしてくれる。
You can't hear me because of that, unless as useless as it is, it seems to get in the way at the worst times. Is there a problem with us
いや、
speaking?
すまない。一応は私も神に近い存在だからね。
Don't mind me, I'm simply something of a god.
どうやら権限に伴い、現世のものへの過度な干渉を世界そのものから禁じられてしまったようだ。
It seems this world has forbidden my physical manifestation from interfering in its affairs excessively.
私としても、今すぐにこの真実を君へ伝えたかっただけに、
Oh, let's see.
本当に残念だよ。
You're cursed? No. Your mother? No. Your genetics are mutated. I did it. She's an X-Man. I would have loved to tell you the truth. Is that so? Sounds like an exaggeration, but judging from the look on his face.
ともあれ、私は大事な同胞である君を救うために現れた。
I've come here to save my
こ
precious
のまま死
partner.
を見届け、真の故郷たる冥界へ招くのも救いの一つではあるのだろう
Allowing to
が、
die is one
理
way.
不尽な不幸に翻弄され、人々に蔑まれたまま死ぬというのも、いささか
Isn't it a little
悔しくはない
frustrating to
か
die at the mercy of absurd misfortune and the scorn of others? Ankou said, asked me in a way that didn't make You an attempt to hide his intention. What are you trying to
その
say?
ままの意味さ。
What I
どうして
said.
私ばかりがこんな目に。贅沢は望まないから普通の人間のように暮らしたい。君は優しいが
Living life as a normal human. I can't deny it. I shifted my
そこ
gaze.
で先ほど私が
Here's the
実を言うと
contract.
現状この国は死に愛されているのではなく
This land's not loved by
死
death.
に愛されすぎている国となり呪い以外にも多くの死がはびこっている
It's become so loved, it exists
君
here
も
in
す
more
で
way
に
than one.
その一つに遭遇しているだろ
You met Barreau and Sheen, and they literally caused murder.
う君のあんな血と臓物をまき散らすだけの粗暴な死に様と一緒
You did not spill their entrails. Got it, got it, got it. What you're saying is that the incident had nothing to do with me? That it was done by someone
断
else?
言はできないがおそらく
Can't say for sure, but it's possible. Ankou played with his long hair because it's gorgeous.
死者が増えすぎて冥界側というよりこの国の担当である
Increased numbers
こ
give
の
me
ま
some
までは
trouble.
輪廻のバランスが崩壊することは必然
It will completely disrupt the balance of
そこ
reincarnation.
で散らされる命の削減を同胞たる君に願いた
I
い
asked my dear partner to assist in reducing the
すな
numbers.
わち人々の救
Save
済
the living.
私と契約を結んだ上でこの国に救ういずれかの死の真実にたどり着いたその時は
What if it's all the truths, right? Like, so she did not. Is my chair too close? No, it's not. Okay. I'm going to. The camera's going to shake. It's going to be dramatic, but it's because I need to cross my legs. As one does when you're me. Okay, so she found out the truth about Barreau in Barreau's story, right? So she learned about Barreau and Barreau's story. She learned about. What the hell did she learn in Mathis's story? I guess that Camille is an asshole. So that's another person who's killing people. So these are all the people that are killing people. And Sheen. Sheen technically is the god of murder. Sounds weird, hear me out. He brings people back with reliable technology, which are technically clones. And in my head, honestly, I feel like they're soulless. But they don't act like they are. But to me, they are. And then he knows that they're dying from chest pains in that reality as well. Now, what did we learn in Sheen's actual route? We learned that in Eaves' route. And we also learned that Eaves is related to the Drifter. Heck, did we learn anything in Sheen's actual route other than he likes to do puzzles? Which is a mood. Behind the
お礼
desk.
として私の力で
Turn you
君
into
を
an
普通の人間の女の子へ
ordinary
戻して
girl.
あげよう
Actually, wait. What color are his eyes? What color is my brother's eyes? Are they the same person? I've taken quite a few screenshots. Hang on. It's Mathis's storyline. We're getting there. We're getting there. They have the same colored eyes. Is that a coincidence? Is Adolph and Death the same person but in different manifestations? I'm not saying they're the same person, but have they been seen at the same time? Not gonna lie, I will literally hate if they are the same person. That's mean. Look at all these screenshots I took of Adolph, or not Adolph, Ankou. Look, so they're the same person. Just kidding. I mean, he has way shorter hair. He's got a bracelet on his wrist. Is it similar to the ribbon on his jacket? Can I zoom in? No. No. He's got a blue earring, and does Ankou have earrings? Ankou, are you cool? You do. And they do have blue accessories, but they are not like blue. I mean, that's very close, isn't it? No. His are more yellow. Okay. But they could still be the same person. I'm not gonna throw. They have the same routes, technically. And I'm having to struggle through this. Ordinary girl. Enjoy happiness. Be a real girl. He was right. I was lying if I said I had never thought about it before. Just want to be a real girl. No. I was about to nod in response to his tempting offer, but I shook my head. You don't believe what I've told you? Not that. Believing what you said to me and accepting your proposal are two separate things. It's true that I've longed to live a life, but for me to wish for such a thing, I should forget it. I've killed too many. I need to put an end to it all here now. Don't hold me back any longer. I've judged. I want to die. Hearing my lifeless response. Why? Why do you need to be judged? The one professing to be an existence beyond humans forcefully grab you by the wrist. There are other sinners that should be punished, not you. I love this pose, by the way, because, like, I don't know, just cutest. Why are you trying to accept the blame for others' sins? Why are you not fighting against the unreasonable? I did not come all this way to hear you say that. His calm demeanor had disappeared. Say his name. Ooh, say his name. Say his name. Do it. You know, we're gonna... I don't even know where to start this. Eaves. We'll save our Eaves. Say his name. Ankou? I spoke his name, but his face was still dyed with anger. So, without thinking, Ankou! I loudly yelled his name despite having only just met him. Suddenly he came to his senses. He let go of my wrist. Here's I lost control of myself. Let's load that back in. I'm probably still going to go with the Ankou as the choice because that seems like the nice choice. But I'm curious. Let go. No matter what you say, I'm not growing more and more frightened. I tried my best to wrestle free from his grip. Suddenly came to his senses. Let go of my wrist. Okay. So it's the same, except the other one gives a flower. But for whom? It's red. Hear me? Lost control. Dear princess, please reconsider. Reducing the death tolls in this country means you'll be saving the lives of those close to you. They don't have the result to fake. I'm sorry, this is new, kind of. Some of it's new. That question didn't happen last time. If the truth behind the curse is revealed, people can live as normal aging humans without resorting to fake bodies. But isn't there someone more suitable to handle this than me? It must be you. I will not ask for your answer now. Please simply consider it.
それではまた次の仰せにて姫君からの色よい返事を期待しているよ。
Until next time, I look forward to a favorable reply, my dear princess. He raised his long sleeve with his arm the moment it hit his mouth. He was gone. He was gone. Lycra's petals flew up into the air, and just like that, Ankou melted into the darkness and disappeared. It almost felt like it had been a dream, but the lingering taste of blood on my lips told me it was no dream. Maybe he was still watching me now, lurking closer than I could even imagine. I walked around to organize my thoughts. The Watchman of Death. I've never heard of such a person, but when I think about how he healed so quickly and how surreal his presence was, I can easily believe that he isn't a normal human. So is what he said true? If I fulfill his wish, then I could become a normal person who didn't cause people's deaths anymore? That's hard to imagine. I wonder how long it had been since I had last smiled from the bottom of my heart. The happy days I remembered were long gone. Only memories of blood, tragedy, and sin remained. And in any case, there's no point in staying here any longer, but I can't go back to the orphanage. I'd only cause other problems if I do. I wanted Mother, Milo, and the other children to return to a peaceful life where their lives weren't threatened by death. Wait. If I'm not going back, where am I going? The same rain from before continued to fall. With nowhere to go, I wandered into a dark alley near the slums. Mother and Adolph constantly told me not to go here alone because it wasn't regularly patrolled. Burglary and theft were common, and it wasn't unheard of for people to be killed. For a moment, I thought about potentially being killed by muggers, but I would never allow a stranger to bear the guilt of killing me. What should I do? It was strange that I wanted to die, but I also wanted to accept Ankou's offer to live. My emotions were telling me to choose the former, but I didn't have it in me to kill myself despite wanting to die. In fact, it took me longer than usual just to get here. Come to think of it, the cold rain and my cold body? This is similar to when I first met Adolph in the rain. No matter how many things I might forget, I would never forget that day, as it remained as clear and vivid in my mind as ever. Did the rain stop? Her thoughts stopped the rain. I was born in the field. She did not know that. Excuse me? She did not save. I saved a video. I did not mean to do that. I was supposed to be a screenshot. I was born in the field of Lycra's Noriji, where I was found and taken to the orphanage. I had no memory of my parents, and I didn't want to see them. You were ripped from your mother's womb as a newborn baby. You would have no memory of your parents because you never met them. They were already dead. How dare you? I had given up on them, thinking that they had either abandoned me or were already dead. You were right about the latter. What loomed larger in my mind was the fact that I had killed so many people at each orphanage where I found myself. At the same time, I was afraid of dying without ever experiencing the happiness that others felt. Without real proof of my crimes, I managed to escape punishment and lived my life despite desperate to please the adults around me. 7 years ago, when I was 11 at the previous orphanage, no other orphanage wanted to take me, and soon I found myself living on the streets. It was raining just like tonight. I can't. I want to die before I kill someone again. I don't want to cling to life anymore, and yet I'm scared of dying. I didn't have the courage to kill myself. Please. Anyone, please kill me. Please kill me. I kept walking and walking as I cried, wishing for my death, and found myself on an open road.
お前が噂の小娘か。
So you're the girl from the rumors? Do we get baby? He would not look like that 7 years ago. What is happening here?
なんだ。どんな恐ろしいやつかと思えば、ただのガキじゃないか。
Yeah, shows should you. You're only 20 in 7 years. That means you should be 13 years old in this scene. You don't look 13. I thought you'd look scary or something, but you're just a little kid. Who are you? Are you Death? Have you come to kill me?
そんな不吉な存在と一緒にされてたまるか。
Not some monster, so don't treat me like one. Wait, what's his necklace? Is it the same necklace? He doesn't have a ribbon on his wrist yet.
俺は何の能力も取り柄もない。
I'm
普通の
not.
人間だ。
I don't have any special powers. I'm just a normal human.
お前と同じ。な。行き場がないなら、うちに来い。お前を迎えたいと願う人がいる。
That means we're the same. So if you got nowhere to go, come with me. There's someone who wants to see you. Huh? This older boy, not by much, named Adolph, ignored my wish to die and carried me on his back without a second thought.
暴れるなよ。濡れてるから滑りやすい。
It's slippery, so stay put. Got it? Okay. He wasn't scared of touching death. His actions were simple. He treated me kindly and consoled me as gently as he would any other child. Imagine that. He was living in a relatively new orphanage and was asked by Mother to find and bring me there. After my arrival, Mother somehow convinced me to stay. Of course, both the children and the neighbors were afraid of me, but Adolph was different. He never called me Death like some of the others did, and he treated me with care right from the very start. He would scold the other children who called me Death and always stayed by my side. As he grew up, he would take me on his horse to the fields of Lycris Noreji surrounding the country. Everyone was afraid of eating any meals I prepared, but he was always the first to take a bite. In time, they put me in a room on my own, which seemed to keep anyone from dying at the orphanage. Still, there was some children who fell ill because of me, but for some reason, nothing happened to Adolph, no matter how many times we spent together. He didn't show any sign. He didn't show a single symptom. It didn't take long for me to grow fond of him. It felt like God had finally brought me someone who was impervious to my curse. Adolph. I remembered how I used to look for him just so he could show me how to do something. The time I spent with Adolph and Mother was fun. The orphanage was the only place where I could forget that I was Death, even if just for a moment. I finally saw myself as a human being. And I tripped over my own foot and fell to the ground. And this is cobblestone, so it freaking hurt. I couldn't get up. I feel that. My body was freezing from being drenched in the rain, and I couldn't seem to think properly. Even if I could get up, where should I go? If I die from sickness, I won't cause trouble to anyone. If so, then I should stay here and die. The frigid rainfall made my body shiver. If I stay wet from the rain overnight, I could die from the cold, or maybe even pneumonia. This is what I wanted all along. I could finally die. I could never be forgiven for my sins, so wishing to be a normal girl was just a dream. If there was something I regretted, Adolph. My mind was filled with memories of times I spent with him. I wish I could have seen him again before I died. I wanted to apologize to him for killing Eaves, to apologize for being such a bad sister. I wish I could have apologized. My eyelids felt heavy, my vision blurred with every raindrop. I closed my eyes hoping that I would never wake up again. My desire to finally die. The hell are you? Dear God! What the hell are you doing here? Was interrupted by a yell. Listen, I was just having... I fell and I couldn't get up. And I didn't want to get up, so I stayed down. You really do act like a difficult little sister, drenched from the rain. Adolph forced me up from the ground and looked me in the eye. Adolph was breathing heavily. Why? Adolph frowned as a thought suddenly came to mind.
死のうとしてたのか。
You can be there for her, but you can't blame her for wanting to run away. I mean, he showed up last time too and brought her home, but I think he found her in the Lycris field last time. Not in an alley? You were trying to die, weren't you? I nod. Yeah. Came here looking for me? He also nodded. But why? I killed another person. I killed your friend in a horrifying way.
違う。一体何度言えばわかるんだ。
Damn it, how many times do I have to
お
tell
前
you?
は死神じゃない。俺が守ってきた大切な家族だ。
You're not death. You're my family worth
今
protecting.
まで飽きるほどに言い聞かせてきたってのに、どうして俺の言葉を信じようとしない。
You are full of energy, okay? Like, you're at like a 12 right now, and I'm depressed. Like, could you stop screaming at me? It makes me cry more. I keep telling you this over and over again. Why don't you ever listen to me? I don't know. Maybe because everyone dies. Everyone dies around me. You don't like him? I feel like you're biased because you literally said that you don't like the brother-sister kind of angle for stories, and that's fair if they were biological. I not. I hadn't heard him this angry in ages. It was the same anger and sorrow that he directed at me whenever I looked down on myself as death and tried to hide. It's not fair to yell at her at this moment. He's also sad. As someone who, I don't know, I try to always see things from everybody's point of view. I just feel like he's also really upset right now. I mean, his friend slash stepsister slash foster sister just disappeared with his knife, so he's probably taking really harsh, it's my fault. Also, he might just be an angry personality type, which, I don't know, we've met a straight up murderer in one of these routes. I feel like being loud's one thing. He's passionate. I hit read again. Stop doing that. But a lot of people have died because of me. I responded like a child. He better turn the passion down. Only you, Mother, and the others were lucky enough not to die. You said that I'm part of your family, so if that's the case, I'd rather die instead of killing.
お前が死ぬなら、俺もこの場で共に死ぬ。
Then I'll die with you right here and now. I gasped as he interrupted my
俺
argument.
を死なせたくないなら、生きろ。
Okay, that's manipulation. You're manipulating her. You're a manipulator. Oh my goodness. If you don't want me dead, then live.
お前を理不尽に死なせた世界で、おめおめと自分だけ生き延びるつもりはない。
I have no intention of living in a world that kills you for no reason. What are you saying? It wasn't fair that someone so important to me using himself as hostage. Girl! I mean, I don't agree with his methods. But hold up a mirror. Yeah, if you don't want me dead, then live. I don't like that line either. That's not how you're supposed to deal with someone who's in this kind of depressive state. Confusion, frustration, regret, anger. A variety of emotions rose from inside me when I heard Adolph's response. Then what am I supposed to do? I went into another childish tantrum. I don't really want to die. There are so many things I still have to do.
だったら、
Then live. I shook my head. But I can't keep living as death if things don't change. I don't want to. If I'm going to live, I don't want anyone to die. I want to live like a normal person. Let her live in a world that's made her suffer and feel guilty while people die because of her. I feel like maybe she should have been living with Adolph this whole time, if he never gets sick around her. Unless that's just testing the waters too strongly. I don't need it to last forever. Even if it was only for a moment. I just want to be a normal foster sister to you, Adolph. I want to live with a smile on my face and not have to worry about killing you. Tears burst from my eyes. I couldn't hold them back any longer. The Watchman of Death said that it was a possibility that I could be granted. It was a dream I had wished for since childhood, but I gave up on it, realizing it was impossible since I was born as death. I didn't want to suffer from it anymore. If he wants her to live, then find a way for her not to be death anymore. He might have been doing that. He may have made himself the Watchman of Death. Hearing my wish for the first time, Adolph held his breath for a moment. Yeah, I get it. Do you? He held me as tightly as possible. I would never have come to think this way if it weren't for the Watchman of Death giving me hope that a person like me didn't deserve. I was so horrible. I felt thwarted by both him and Adolph for stopping me from dying and making me wish for something as selfish as a happy life. So fucking selfish of you. To want to be like a girl that worries about normal things. I promise no matter what happens, I'm not going to die and leave you. I know a story where you die. I know 2 stories where you die. One is Lucas's route. Lucas murders you. 2 is Eaves' route. You sacrifice yourself. So 2 out of 4, you die. Odds are not in your favor. Just saying. Mathis, he lives because Mathis isn't involved. Wait, who am I forgetting? Mathis, Lucas, Sheen. He doesn't die in Sheen's route. So 2 out of 4. I'll protect everyone important to you, whether mother or the children at the orphanage. You can't make that kind of promise. So don't die. Even I want to live a peaceful life with no complaints. I want to live that life with you. Adolph wasn't going to let me go until I calmed down and nodded in response. Come to think of it, I caused Adolph the same kind of trouble when I first met him. I wandered through the rain wanting to die, and he came looking for me. As Adolph carried me back to the orphanage, I drifted off and fell asleep in his arms. His arms? He was bigger than before, and the tone of his voice had changed, but the warmth Adolph shared with me hadn't changed at all. The way I can somehow fall asleep when he carries me hasn't changed either. Sound like he hadn't carried you in a while. The comfort made all my determination from earlier evaporate into a dream. The thought that tormented me earlier became a droning hum that lulled me to sleep as my mind succumbed to darkness. Whenever I fell asleep crying, I always woke up late the next day. That's a mood. And the person who would always wake me up was Mother? Oh, it's cold. It's supposed to be cold because your eyes are swollen. Adolph placed a damp towel on my forehead. I shifted the towel a bit over my eyes to cool them for a moment, then finally sat up. Do you have pajamas at his house? Just curious. Adolph's place? I haven't been here in a while. The last time I came to visit was when I brought some food over. Nothing had changed about the appearance since then. I'm sorry, Adolph. It must have been hard to carry me all the way here in the rain. Did anyone give you trouble for it? No one at all. Besides, the reason I'm all the way out here is to avoid them. Adolph continued with a calm expression.
イブを殺してね。あれから色々あってな。無傷とは言わないが、無事に息を吹き返した。
Anyways, you didn't kill Eaves. I can say he's unharmed, but I can't say he's unharmed, but he did come back to life. Really?
こんなことで嘘ついてどうする？今頃、うちの施設の客室であっけらかんと笑ってるはずだ。
Why would I lie about that? He's probably laughing in the guest room at the orphanage right now. I see. I'm glad he's okay. But it still didn't change the fact that I caused him harm. At the very least, the fact that Adolph's friend was safe made me feel so relieved that I could finally breathe easily.
安心できたなら、まずは自分のことだけを考えろ。
Now that you're feeling better, start thinking about yourself.
お前、あれからどういう経緯であんな場所にいたんだ？
What the hell happened before I found you there?
俺はてっきり、お前が気に入ってるあのリコリスの花畑に向かったのかと思ったが。
I thought you'd be in the same lycra field you always go to. You know, when you're depressed and suicidal and you go to the field full of lycras. Well... Ooh! Oh. Chapter 1, Irritation. Chapter 1, Days with my brother. What a... Tell him everything. Don't tell him for now. Let's see. I really wasn't sure that he would actually believe me. I might actually make him more worried that I was with some stranger. Leah. He said my name to urge me to speak. Well... Unable to come up with a good excuse, I mustered my courage to tell Adolph about everything that happened last night. Oh, you tell him anyways. Well, that's the point of giving me a choice. I can't think of a better lie. You could have told him there were ghosts in the field and it scared you. That was stupid. Why have a choice? What I experienced was so surreal that I wasn't sure that Adolph would believe me. But before all the trouble he went through, I didn't want to hide anything else from him. I decided to tell him everything about my weird encounter. Watchman of Death? He sounds shady as hell. There's no way you can get rid of the country's curse. As expected, Adolph frowned in disbelief at my story. Don't tell me you actually believe what some random stranger told me. You were a stranger once. I'm not sure myself, to be honest. I'm just as confused as you are. But I did see his wound heal right in front of my eyes. There are those who use sleight of hand to deceive people. Yeah, but like... I guess I can give credit for stopping you from killing yourself. You probably wanted to talk to me about that more than about Ankou. Adolph grabbed my shoulders and looked at me seriously. It's also the incorrect method to try and convince someone to make better choices. Listen, don't you dare think about killing yourself again. Think about Mother or how I would feel. Oh. I didn't know I gave him this dagger. That dagger was the one you gave me when we were kids. Gave it to me as a talisman against danger. I didn't accept it just so you could use it on yourself. You're right. I'm sorry. Let me give it back to you. Wait. Did you lose it? I think so. I'm really sorry. I'm fine.
多分リコリスの花畑のどこかに落ちてるだろう。
It's fine. Judging by what you said, you probably left it in the licorice field somewhere.
あそこによく足を運ぶ知り合いがいるから、拾っていないか聞いておく。間違っても、一人で探しに行こう
I
とするな。
know someone who goes there regularly, so I'll ask him to check. Don't go back there yourself, got it? Okay, I'm sorry for causing so much trouble. Me, a clumsy girl, leaving daggers out in the open. After giving me his stern warning, Adolph continued the conversation about Ankou.
何が目的なのかは知らねえが、どうせろくでもないことにお前を利用しようとしてるに違いねえ。
I have no clue who that guy was or why he approached you, but I bet he's up to no good.
いいか。今後一切そのアンクーとやるには関わるな。もし接触してきたら、俺を呼べ。
Listen to me, don't talk to this Ankou guy again. If you see him, let me know right away. Okay. I responded in agreement, but I couldn't imagine Ankou being a bad person after scolding me so earnestly for giving up on life. As if you were so devastated from losing me, you decided to come back as death. No? In any case, Adolph didn't want me going to the licorice field anymore. If I see him at the orphanage, I'll come get you.
しばらく、俺の家にいろ。今のお前に必要なのは自死じゃなくて、
You're staying here for now. What you need is rest, not death. I looked at him with confusion. You want me to live here with you? Adolph nodded in response. He says he would get Mother's approval later, but I don't want to cause you any more trouble than I already have. Aren't you busy with corpse and investigating those
いや、
deaths?
調査はしばらくの間、イブとヒューゴに任せる。
Nah, I'll leave it to Eaves and Hugo for the time being.
周辺の住民は、お前を犯人だと決めつけてるからな。
The residents around here already see you as the
なら
culprit.
いっそ、監視という名目で、俺が常にそばにいた方が、連中にとっても都合がいいだろう。
If I make it look like I've retained you, they won't take matters into their own hands. That seems to make sense, but won't I just be a nuisance?
まさか、むしろ好都合だ。
Are you kidding? This works better for me. Huh?
久しぶりに、お前と二人だけでゆっくり過ごせる。
I finally get to spend some quality time alone with you. I'd known Adolph for a long time, but he said it with such a serious face that I didn't know if he was joking or not. I was still confused when Adolph covered me with a blanket again.
だから、お前は何も気にするな。
It almost feels like you're putting her to death. Like, put this on you. Don't move. Just rest and don't
こ
worry
こ
about a
にいる
thing.
限り、何があろうと、俺がお前のことを守ってやる。
As long as you're here, I'll
誰にも
protect
傷
you
つ
no
けさ
matter
せや
what.
しね。
I won't let anyone hurt you again. I didn't know what to think, but I was very happy to hear Adolph's reassurance. I couldn't even think of what to say as I looked up at him. Adolph had been protecting me since the day we met, but would that help me solve my problems? I don't know. Sometimes you gotta roll with it. Sometimes you gotta be wrapped into a burrito shape and laid in bed to sleep for 3 days. Because that's how depression works. A few hours later, I wanted to apologize to Lucas and Eaves for all the trouble I caused, but Adolph told me it would be better to recover physically and mentally before going to see them. Before leaving for the orphanage to get my clothes, he told me to stay inside and not open the door for anyone. Adolph's house was on the outskirts of town, so not many would come this way. After he returned, he must have noticed that I still looked melancholy, so he said,
久しぶりに、お前の作った飯が食いたい。
It's been a long time since I've had your cooking. Adolph was reading a book in the corner of the room as he said it, just before the sun went down. He must have known that I was feeling guilty and useless for being here like this. Hearing him say so made me perk up. Before encountering those horrible deaths in the alley, I was planning on cooking his favorite stew. Although he rarely expressed such things, I was sure that Adolph had been looking forward to it as well. Because I already knew it was his favorite, I always had it ready whenever he returned to the orphanage for dinner. Then how about we cook something together? Sure. Stoic. Seeing me break into a somewhat awkward smile, Adolph gave me a small nod. Waddle. Adolph always helped me with the household chores at the orphanage, so I was used to standing alongside him in the kitchen. This isn't the kitchen, this is a table. I took a while to cook the stew and a couple side dishes, so we were completely focused on eating as soon as it was ready. As usual, he showed no hesitation in eating the food that I prepared. And... oh, good, there it is. No one else seemed to notice his habit, but whenever Adolph ate something that tasted good, his body would shake in the most subtle way, and only for a second if that. He didn't seem to be aware of it himself. Why? Why? Because I had served him his favorite stew many times, I might be the only one who's noticed this imperceptible movement. Or maybe it's fake. Maybe he's not enjoying it and he's shaking out of frustration. Not realizing that I was watching for this unusual habit of his, Adolph suddenly stopped eating and looked at me.
お前のシチューは昔からずっとうまいままだな。
Your stew is as good as always. Thank you. I'm glad you haven't gotten tired of it after all these years.
ああ、落ち着く味だ。
Oh, he's blushing. It's really comforting.
これが毎日のように食えると考えると、住人どもの文句も悪いことばっかじゃねえな。
I could eat this every day. Maybe I should thank the neighbors for complaining. Oh, stop joking. But thank you. Complaining about what? Adolph wasn't much of a talker, but he did his best to keep conversation going to keep my mind off of other things. I was just happy that my cooking could at least provide the substance he needed. I could feel my cold heart slowly warming from the meal and the conversation with my foster brother. It's good. I'm glad I can make such a comforting meal. I had this stew many times before, but it tasted much better now, probably because I was enjoying it with Adolph. But the more heartwarming Adolph's words to me were, the more I pictured death. The more I feared somehow killing him at any moment. I could only seem to think about the worst possible scenario. My negative train of thought continued as I went to bed. And I dreamed about death. In my mind, I could see numerous shadowy corpses piled on top of one another. The bodies seemed to all have the same face as my dear foster brother, Adolph, dead from the country's curse. Adolph burned and charred by intense flames. Adolph bleeding profusely from a gaping hole in his chest. The many, many bodies of Adolph strewn about my dream. They were all looking at me with hollow eyes. Their voice croaked out of rotting mouths.
お前のせいだ。
It's your fault. Mine. I knew this was a dream, but I couldn't bear the sight of my foster brother dead in different ways. I forced myself awake and rushed out of bed without thinking. I knelt down next to Adolph, who was sleeping a short distance away. Adolph! Adolph! I climbed onto his body as I called his name. Whoa, what? Why? I put my ear to his chest to hear his heartbeat and breathing. Girl? That was a 12. I cupped his cheeks with my hands to check whether his body was still warm.
なんだ?
What the hell? Naturally, Adolph woke up from my sudden actions. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at me.
お前、何を?
You can't blame her for topping him? I'm not sure what you mean. What are you doing? I could hear his voice very clearly. I'm so glad you're still alive. You really are alive, Adolph. My body was trembling with fear and relief. I could see my pathetic self on the verge of tears reflected in his eyes. Adolph, who was in a hurry to get me off of him, suddenly stopped moving.
悪夢でも見たのか?
You had a nightmare, didn't you? I would hope so. Because I can't imagine. I mean, she was checking if he was still alive and she had a nightmare. Just saying, she said she climbed into his lap, basically. That's pretty close. You can do that without climbing it on top of him. Seeing me nod a few times, Adolph took a deep breath and sighed. He then moved his hands off my shoulders. Aww. Blame the game dialogue. I refuse to blame this game. This game's perfect. It's not. It's killing me. Oh, look at the bracelet he's got. He looks so peaceful. They have like, so his earrings is the same gems as her necklace. Is this ribbon related to her in some way? Does she have a ribbon like that? I don't even know. I could feel his warmth surrounding my shaking body, his arms wrapped around me, and I felt his strong hand gently rest on the back of my head.
大丈夫。大丈夫だ。
It's alright. Everything's fine. This game's truly killing you. I don't believe you. Show me the hospital bill.
お前の見た夢はただの幻。
You were just dreaming.
本物の俺は生きてここにいる。そばにいると誓ったばかりなのに、たった一晩程度で死んでたまるか。
Hear me out, Adolph. I've had a day. The bill is not my responsibility. Just to be clear. The real me is here. I'm alive and well. I just told you I'd always be by your side so I wouldn't die on the first damn night. He gently stroked my hair. His kindness and his strong voice. Adolph. He was real. He was definitely alive. You said show you the bill. Yeah, show me the bill, not send me the bill. That sounds like you want me to pay it. That's different. Those are two different things. It's like diagnosis. Cannot. Just cannot. He was real. He was definitely alive. I finally realized that I wasn't dreaming. Adolph embraced me as we continued to speak.
今までの人生を考えれば、お前が不安に思う気持ちはわかる。
Considering the life you've lived, I get why you're anxious. You should pay it. I should not.
俺を大
Your
切に
death
思ってくれてる
experience
から
not
こそ、
liable.
こうして怯えているのも。
I know you're scared because you care about me. Aw, Adolph then asked me a
お前の
question.
中の俺は、お前が見た夢のように、あっけなく死ぬ男だったか？
Am I the kind of guy who would die as easily as you imagine? No. I responded with a hoarse voice. You've always been strong, Adolph. So strong that Mother and the rest of us are surprised that the curse doesn't affect you. You've never once gone back on your word about protecting me.
わかってるじゃねえか。そしてお前は、そんな強い俺の家族、妹だ。
There you have it. And you're my family, my strong little sister.
だから、少しは自信を持て。根拠のない迷信なんかに屈するな。
So have some confidence. Don't give in to those kind of beliefs.
俺は絶対に、お前より先に死んだりしない。ずっとそばにいると。
I know that I will never die before you. I promise I'll always be by your side. Okay. You died before me in 2 storylines, Adolph. I don't believe you. And you found my dead body in this storyline at the beginning and said I will not deal with this like that. I felt like I was back in the old days when I was still a child. This is Adolph, the Adolph I've known since I was little, who was always by my side. He's still here in front of me. There was no way this kind, warm soul was just an illusion created by my mind. This seems like a weird time to smile. Even though I knew that, I still want to make sure. Move closer? How much closer can you get than this? Both seem problematic. Smile seems weird. Move closer seems strange. I hate it here. Let's see. Move closer. He liked that. I held him as close to me as I could. Adolph's body went tense for a moment, probably surprised by my suddenness. I'm sorry, I just feel so much safer when you're next to me.
それにだな。
And
そばにいろと。お前が先に言い出したんだぞ。
let me remind you that you're the one who asked me to stay with you.
自分の言ったことには責任を持て。俺がお前と別離する可能性なんか想像するな。
Did I say that we needed to stay? When did I say that? So take responsibility for what you said. Don't think about ways will suddenly be separated.
俺を死なせたくないなんて理由で姿をくらませたら許さないからな。
Ooh, is that one of those foretelling moments? I will never forgive you if you die over some stupid reason like wanting to keep me alive. When you say it like that, it doesn't sound like a joke.
冗談も何も本気だからな。
Of course not, because I'm serious. We have had like 4 CGs already, and this is just chapter 1. Like, I feel like we might be skating between him and Ankou, although we haven't had a single more photo of Ankou. The man I love, I might add. I giggle seeing him say that with a broad
お
smile.
やすみ。ずっとここにいてやるから安心して眠れ。
Good night, Leah. I'll be here forever, so just get some sleep, okay? He brought his lips to my forehead. Suddenly, my cheeks were flushed with heat. He completely took me by surprise, and I began to panic, knowing that he could feel my heartbeat through his own chest. Adolph.
ああ、悪い。昔、お前を寝かしつけていた時の癖が出た。
You are laying on this man, and you're nervous from a forehead kiss. The sweetest kiss there is, I might add. And usually the most neutral of kisses at the same time. Old habits from when I used to put you to bed as a kid.
急にしたくなった。
Guess it came out of nowhere. Adolph explained himself awkwardly. Oh, I see. I couldn't respond with anything else since I was as flustered as he was. I don't know, man. It's true that we sometimes shared a bed, and he'd give me a kiss just before I went to sleep. Sheen, where's the forehead kiss? Sheen didn't even know how to regulate his emotions. It wasn't anything unusual, but... I just had a Sheen thought. What if Sheen dies in his salvation ending because her parents cursed him? I mean, obviously not real, but like 5 times of emotion and you die? What if he dies? The Adolph who had his arm around me now was completely different from back then. What? What, Aisha? I swear. For some reason, being so close to him like this was making me feel embarrassed. I couldn't even meet his eyes anymore. Stop your thoughts? I physically cannot. Even though I was the one who clung to him, I decided to gently slip away from his arms so that we could both sleep. We can sleep like that. You can cuddle sleep. Sheen, hi. Look, he's heard you. Meanwhile, connected to the royal family's castle was the National Research Institute, the center of the country's technology. What if Ankou died in the Salvation endings? Okay. That's a bit much. But that's multiple deaths. That's even meaner. I said one ending. And apparently there's a DLC already for this, and he's in the DLC, so Ankou can't die like that. The center of the country's technology. I was so distraught. What was I reading?
恋愛感情の負荷によるメモリークラッシュ。それが変死の原因ですか？
So the cause of death is a memory crash resulted from an overload in romantic emotion.
言われてみれば納得ですけど、それ、
Remember
僕に
Lucas
話しちゃっていいん
stabbed
です
Ankou?
か？そんな欠陥が国民に知られたら。
Lucas did more than stab Ankou. Lucas cut Ankou into little bitty pieces and buried those pieces all over the place. And still, Ankou came back to me. Came back to me. Even after all that, cut up into little pieces. Found me. When you put it that way, it makes sense, but are you sure you want to tell me this if word gets out that this bug exists?
構わん。この事実を隠したがっているのは王族どもだけだ。
It's fine. Only the royal family wants to hide this truth, he says, again posing like this without his lab coat on today. The savior of this cursed country and the founder of Reliver technology, the genius loved by God, Sheen Brofis, continued to speak to his deputy director, Dahut. Oh yeah, royal family.
そもそもこのメモリークラッシュは本来
They still
全
need
て
to
の恋
die?
愛成立パターンで起こるものではない。
I think it's too late in the night to be talking about murder. Besides, memory crashes don't occur in every instance of
初
romantic
の事例と
love.
なったあの二人のように相当強烈な感情でなければ俺の開発したメモリーは揺らぎもせん。
The memory capacity won't fail unless the overflow is at the level of those two who were the first known cases. Which was why...
一晩のうちにあんな大量の死者が出るのは明らかにおかしい。
Ooh, dang. I just realized I have a crack in my nail, but it is not a good spot. I was gonna tear it with my teeth like a monster, and I can't without like literally hurting my nail bed. For a large number of people to die in one night is highly
原
unusual.
因を調べるためにこの衛兵どもに死体の回収を命じたというのに。
That's why I ordered the royal guard to collect the bodies for me to autopsy. The hot groaned, knowing that he was going to say.
運ばれてくるはずだった死体も、この衛兵たちも、ブローによってぐっちゃぐちゃ。
But the bodies that were supposed to arrive along with the royal guard were beaten into a pulp by
遺
Barreau.
族と交渉して、埋葬されたお墓から回収するって手もありますけど、王族の皆さんに何を言われるか。
You could try to negotiate with the families who buried the other bodies, but I bet the royal family wouldn't be happy. Sheen ignored his subordinates, mumbling, and went deep into thought. The most likely possibility was that someone broke into the system he developed and caused the deaths that way. He checked the log but couldn't find any trace of tampering. That either meant it didn't happen or that the culprit covered up their tracks
クラッシ
well.
ュしたメモリー。心臓を調べることができない現状。これ以上の判断はできんな。
Assuming the memory did crash, there's no way for me to check without analyzing an infected heart. As long as he had one of the bodies, he could verify under what conditions the heart was manufactured. He considered contacting the corpse or Karoon, who were both investigating the death,
ど
but
うも匂う。
something isn't right. If the deaths were caused by a third party, the issue shouldn't be something as simple as a memory crash. This game murdered you? You are not dead, unless you're a ghost, in which case that's cool that you can type so well. It also bothered him that Barreau, who the royal family was trying to hide from the public, was somehow involved. Which meant that it would be best to just keep silent in that case. Yep, I'm dead. You are dead.
だ
I
と
don't
俺は
believe
しば
you.
らく研究所を開ける。その間はお前が所長代理だ。
Dahut, I'm gonna be taking a leave of absence. You be the director while I'm
あら
gone.
かじめ決めておいた予定に従い、実験と生産を進めておけ。報告は俺が戻り次第、まとめてて構わん。
Make sure you keep to the determined manufacturing and testing schedule. You can give me the reports once I return.
ああ。ただ王族どもには俺の不在を隠しておけ。何をやらかすかわからんが。
I'm a watchwoman of death. Man, there's one way, I guess, to get Ankou. Join the same profession. And don't let the royal family know that I'm gone. It would be a nuisance if they found out.
え？ちょっと待ってください。デブ将のシアンさんが一体どこに何をしに行くんです？
What Wait just a second. Where would a shut-in like you go all of a sudden? And for what?
何？たまには外での研究も悪くないと思ってな。俺は独自にこの事件を追う。
It won't hurt to do some research outside. I'm going to investigate the deaths myself. He got up to finally take action into his own hands. He's now a detective, like me. When I play Yomawati and I research the losses of my family and friends. Eee. I woke up and saw Adolph enjoying a meal that he prepared himself. This son of a bitch. It was refreshing to see the other side of him that I'd never seen before, tending to his garden with a hoe in hand. Was he eating or was he tending? It also made me wonder how I could have ever had that nightmare. My days with Adolph passed peacefully. We're just chilling. All the problems in the other story are going to happen all on their own, and we're not even going to be there. Sorry, I put some nummy thing on my knee. It's been hurting. It's all the walking. During my stay, not a single person came to his house. Not even your mom? Adolph told me that mother would probably visit, but now wasn't the time. I miss Mathis. Dahat, at least Sheen won't mess up his room again. That's true. Holding lonely like this feels like when we used to live together. Is he gonna get mad about his underwear? Like Milo? Like Mathis?
自分の下着は自分で畳む。
Put that down right now. I can fold my own underwear. No, you always just roll everything into a ball and throw it in a drawer.
わかった、畳む。お前の指示通り綺麗に畳むから、本当に勘弁しろ。
I'll do it. I'll fold it nice and neat, just like you want, so leave it alone. Those were the days. I remember mother ended up helping me fold your things.
思い出させんな。
Don't remind me. Adolph gave a weary response as I unfolded his corpse uniform and spread it out in front of me. It looked closely at the hem that had been unstitched over time. Why haven't you told me about these? I could have restitched them.
わざわざ施設に持ち込んで、お前に直させるのも手間だろ。
It's a pain to go to the orphanage just to ask you to fix a hem. You can talk to me. We're family, as you say, and you don't even want to bother to visit me. It's an excuse. It's just an excuse to come say hi.
それにその程度なら、まだ着れる。
They're fine like that. I can still wear them. That's not the point. Once they're frayed, they'll just keep spreading. Held a message. You better fold your underwear or your sister will do it. It's fair. I would need to sew them tonight. This is what you use for work, so you'll be in trouble if they cause an emergency. We continued folding the laundry together. I let out a sigh as I spread open another of his work clothes that was abused. Adolph, you're really good at taking care of others, but not when it comes to looking out for yourself. Mother told me that you didn't even have furniture in here when she first came to visit you. You told her that you just needed a place to sleep, and that's why Mother scolded you.
ああ、そのまま強制的に家具を買いに行かされた。
Then she forced me to go shopping for furniture with her.
あとあと、イブたち自警団の連中が寝泊まりまでするようになったから、結果的に助かったが。
In the end, it turned out it was for the best because Eaves and the other guys started staying over. It seems both Adolph and I couldn't go against Mother. I think Mother just wants you to spend a little more money on yourself.
仕方ないだろう。剣の手入れと訓練以外に趣味らしい趣味がない。
That's not true. You grow stuff. It's not my fault. I don't have any hobbies aside from training and sword maintenance.
これでもイブたちとの酒の席で使うようになったぐらいだ。
I only recently started hanging out with Eaves and the others for drinks. He really gets along with Eaves. Adolph had always been like this. It wasn't that he was shy or anything, but he was stubbornly against befriending anyone outside of the orphanage. In fact, it often seemed like he hated everyone else. Mood. But now he actually had friends that came over for drinks with him. I'm really happy about that. Especially because his closest friend was the very person who saved me 7 years ago. I hope I have the opportunity to apologize to him someday. And to thank him for being Adolph's friend. But first, Adolph, what happened with the incident? I saw you in the alley. His hand suddenly stopped. Seeing that he remained quiet, I asked him another question. Were there other casualties or victims because of me? I asked from a different point of view. Suddenly he began to move again and folded his clothes a bit more forcefully.
ああ、心配すんな。お前が心配するようなことは
Don't
何も
worry
起きて
about
ない。
it. It's nothing like you're imagining. Really?
俺がお前に嘘をついてたことがあるか？
Have I ever lied to you before? Yes, that time you hurt your arm, but you kept saying you were fine and didn't need to go to the hospital.
そんな昔のことを持ち出すな。さてはお前、まだ根に持ってるな。
How many years ago was that? You're not still mad about it, are you? Of course. He couldn't possibly imagine how terrified I was when I saw the blood gash on his arm.
とにかく、今回に関して俺は嘘をついてね。
Aside from that, I can at least say I'm not lying to you now.
第一、また似たようなことが起きたら、リーダーである
Sir,
俺
how
がとっ
dare
くに
you
動き出してる
lied.
はずだろ。
Yeah, and then he doesn't think she's gonna bring that up when he asks. What a silly man. Since I'm the corpse leader, I won't be here at home if there was an emergency. Well, I guess you're right. Sorry for asking such a silly question. Adolph stopped me before I could lower my head as usual.
こうも同じ場所にこもりっぱなしじゃ、気がめいって嫌な想像の一つぐらいはするだろう。
I'm not surprised you're thinking of something like that after being held up here for so
お
long.
前さえ良ければ、気分転換に遠出でもするか？
Is this one of those stories where he's actually keeping me as a prisoner and I just don't even know it yet? If you want, we can go outside for a change. Go outside? She's like a puppy. She's like, hi, sleazy. But I thought I couldn't go out right now. Technically, he said it wasn't safe for you to go out. Not that you could not. Lee wished for her own death while the young man beside her gave her hope. Ankou, the Watchman of Death, was active early this morning instead of at night. Thinking about how terribly out of place he looked under the bright blue sky. As he mused on such thoughts.
ふむ、この辺りのリコリスはそろそろ頃合いかな。
The licorice here should be at their peak.
懸命に咲き誇ったところを悪いが、これも君たちの本来の役目だ。失礼。
I'm truly sorry, but I need you all to fulfill your mission during this wonderful bloom. He began plucking the flowers by hand without any concern for the laws that prohibited it. The mist emitted from the broken stems was the curse that eroded the country and was invisible to the mortal eye. Such a normal person. Should a normal person be in the vicinity, the curse's symptoms would immediately worsen, causing great suffering and death. But the symbol of death did not seem to be bothered by it. I remember that Eaves said he felt like some of them had been missing. He continued to pluck the flowers one by one until there were a large bundle in his arms when... Hearing the rustling of flowers, Ankou quickly hid behind the nearby ruins.
あれを。
Is that? He peeked from the shadows to see who it was. Just adventures with Ankou.
夜のうちに来るつもりだったのに、うっかりうたた寝しちゃった。
I should have been here last night, but I ended up dozing off.
療養してる間に少し体力が落ちちゃったかな。また鍛え直さないと。
Guess I'm not fully recovered from my injuries yet. I need to get back to training. The person who appeared was Eaves, whose narrow escape from death was nothing short of a miracle. Ankou held his breath and looked on.
しばらく来れなくてごめん。ちょっといろいろあってさ。
Sorry, I haven't been here in a while. Things just happened.
あの子にも心配をかけたことを謝らないと。アドルフが無事に保護したって聞いたけど。
And you apologized to Leah for worrying her. I heard Adolph was able to find her. Eaves tended to the lycris flowers as he spoke to them like they were human beings.
俺が管理する花畑で再会するなんて、なんだか少しロマンチックだよね。
Isn't it romantic? He went to look for her in the same field of flowers I care for.
彼女、どんな子に育ったんだろう。アドルフの妹なら、きっといい子だよね。
What kind of girl did she
友
grow
達
up
に
to
なれない
be?
かな。
I bet she's nice since she's Adolph's sister. Maybe I can become friends with her. His gentle touch and expression conveyed his love for the flowers of misfortune, the lycris norigis. After making sure the flowers were doing well, Eve slowly stood up.
例の事件について、アドルフがしばらく別行動する分、俺たちが頑張って調べないと。
Adolph has his hands full right now, so we need to do our best investigating the incidents. After mumbling to himself, he turned and headed elsewhere to check on another patch of flowers. Ankou reached his hand out for a moment.
そんな資格はない。
I do not have the right. He drew his arm back as if giving
彼
up.
が懸命にあの契約を果たしてくれているんだ。私もまた、なすべきことをなそ
う。He's doing his very best to keep the covenant. I should do what I can as well. With the makeshift bouquet of lycris norigis in his arm, he too turned his back to the guardian of lycrises and disappeared. See, there's a nice little callback. We know that. It's me. It was an hour later when Adolph returned. But instead of returning alone, he arrived with a certain guest. Wow! Dang, we're getting so many CGs. Look at us. I'm on a horse. I don't know if they understand horse anatomy. If I'm being completely honest with this, it looks like she's sitting on the horse's neck. And you shouldn't be that high. But they look lovely. It's a nice looking horse. Just strange. Is that really you? Laurent? What? Laurent? You've gotten so big since the last time I saw you. We headed out to the field of lycris norigis that the people of this country feared and avoided. We rode through the quiet beach on Adolph's trusty horse.
久しぶりに乗った心地はどうだ?
How's it feel to be riding again? It's incredible. He's gotten so big that I feel like I'm flying. And he's run so smoothly too. Laurent, you're such a fine horse. You must be working hard with the corpse and Adolph. Laurent whined in response as I patted him on the back. He was originally a workshop horse donated to the orphanage by a friend of Mother's. But with so few of us at the orphanage, there was little work for him to do, and he became a popular playmate for the children. In the end, he left the orphanage with Adolph, who was currently being kept behind the church that the corpse uses as a base. I was told they rode him in emergencies when they needed to travel a long distance. I've been thinking a lot about the past recently. I remember how you used to ride on Laurent like this to go to the lycris field before you left the orphanage. Adolph's horse, originally given to Salome as a workhorse, but soon found himself a playmate for the children. He is now working as a member of the corps and is kept at the church.
どこに行きたいと俺が尋ねても、お前がこの場所ばかり指定したからな。
Well, every time I asked you if you wanted to go somewhere, you always said the lycris field. because there aren't many people around and I like the lycris flowers. Was it annoying? Adolph shook his head as he steered Laurent with the reins.
災いの話さえ抜きにすれば、俺もこの花のことは嫌いじゃない。
I don't mind the flowers either, apart from the, misfortune and murdering and causing people to die early,
リコリスの花畑。厳密にはこの海辺は、俺がマムに拾われた場所だからな。
Not just the lycris flowers, but I also like going to the beach where mother found me.
どんなに不吉だろうが、遠乗りに出るたび、つい懐かしくて寄っちまう。
You were found on the beach? Are you not from around here? Did you wash up on shore? Adolph, do you not belong here? Is that why you're not sick at the age of 20? Even if it's sort of depressing every time I go on a ride, I feel nostalgic and stop by. Even though I didn't have all the details, I recalled that Adolph was abandoned by his parents too. Have you found anything out about your parents?
ろくでもねえクズどもだったよ。捨てられてせいせいしてる。
They're still a pair of lowlives. I'm glad they decided to disown me. I see. He must be telling the truth. I could tell by Adolph's expression that he really detested any memory of them. When I think that was the reason I was able to meet you, well...
俺相手に今さら気を使うな。素直に幸運と言ってくれた方が、俺も嬉しい。
No need to choose your words carefully. I'd be happier if you just told me I lucked out.
俺もその点に関してだけは、あの両親に感謝してるからな。
I'm also grateful for my parents for that reason alone. Saying something like that... Adolph wasn't acting like his normal self. He's been this way since he promised that he wouldn't leave me. He was more talkative and his words were earnest and sincere, so much so that I felt a little embarrassed. Adolph never said stuff like this in all the years we lived together. Any parents abandoning their kid deserves a chair to the face. WWE cage match style. Laurent looked back at me with concern, probably sensing the heat in my body. You know, I've been nervous riding with you now, Adolph. The last time we rode together was 2 years ago when I was 16. I still felt like a little kid, so it didn't bother me, but...
何を言ってる？俺はずっと気にしてたぞ。
Did you just cheer for smashing people in the faces with chairs? The heck are you saying? I've always been nervous. Huh? I tried to hide the heat. Oh, hang on one sec. I'm getting a phone call from work. Okay, we're fine. I tried to hide the heat inside me? I'm sorry, what?
俺を信頼して預ける。体も。美しくなるばかりの髪も。
The way you leaned on me and the way your hair kept getting prettier.
ローランを自分の弟のように慈しむ。あの微笑みも。
The way you treated Laurent like he was a little brother and your
お
smile.
前のすべては、あの頃にはとっくに、俺の中で子
I
供なんか
forgot
じ
my
ゃな
hair
くな
was
っ
in
ていた。
pigtails just now. I'm like, why do I have no hair on the back of my head? That's why. Everything about you has long since ceased being a little kid to me. Wake up! Don't die! Remember, they met each other when she was already like 11. They did not have baby faces together. He was 13. They were practically teenagers. I don't know. Seeing an expression I'd never seen before from Adolph made matters worse. I could feel the heat rising to my face so quickly that even Laurent looked worried. What? I'm just trying to make this palatable for you. I know this is hard for you. I felt so awkward. Look, she felt the same way. I somehow tried to hide my confusion and look up to see his face.
俺の気も知らないで、本当にお前は昔から
See?
のんきなやつだよ。
He admits that he liked her. And so imagine, I literally don't care for this man. You've never realized how I felt all this time. You really are carefree. He wasn't trying to hide anything. Adolph continued to show me his gentle smile to prove that what he said was true. I hurriedly looked away from him. I didn't have the courage to ask what he meant by that. Adolph is transforming into someone I don't know. It felt odd to call him my foster brother now. See, she feels weird calling him brother now. I was bewildered by the sudden change in the way I saw him, like he was a completely different person. I was somewhat lonely seeing him this way. But doesn't feel that bad. I'd never felt like this before. Maybe I was changing into someone else besides his foster sister. Sorry, YouTube, you're gonna hear me lose my mind even worse than Lucas's route. Asia's unhinged now. I really am sad that they can't see the chat on the side of the screen so they can watch you get upset. Ooh, perhaps you noticed my blushing. Adolph spurred Laurent to run faster so that a cool gust would cool me. With the waves approaching and receding at his feet, Laurent seemed to enjoy splashing around the beach. No matter how much we change, I guess Laurent will always be the same.
はあ、いつまでも俺の後をついてくるガキのままだ。
6 chapters of this. Don't worry. There's going to be plenty of blood and repeating flashbacks. Honestly, their character development seems the most natural because they've known each other the longest. I'm just saying. Same brat who follows me wherever I go. She's like, just like me. I felt a bit better now seeing his kind and gentle eyes. By the way, aren't you going to play with him?
まだキロもあるのに服が濡れたら困る。
I swear if there's hardly any romance in Ankou's route, I don't understand. Ankou has been coming on to her since like the moment he met her. He's all like, oh, you see me like a man? I'm like, excuse you. I know what that means. And then he's like, my sweet little angel. I love how you like call for me. Oh, you're interested in me? I enjoy this. I'll tell you everything. Like, this boy's trying to hide nothing. He just can't share certain information. I don't want my clothes to get wet since we have a long way back. Adolph, don't tell me you still can't swim. I thought you said you were going to learn because you needed to for the corpse training.
仕方ねえだろ。
Don't blame me.
ガキの頃溺れて以来、どうにも水中が苦手なんだ。
I've had a hard time in water ever since I almost drowned as a kid. Also, I have a deep fear of deep water. I have a deep fear of the unknown, and when you can't see under the water... Atomic Games love focus on plots and last route. Even a reviewer said Ankou deserves better. I was thinking, what do you mean? Oh no, don't say that Ankou deserves better. Ankou is everything. Ankou is all there is. My foster brother smiled. I wish he wouldn't say that, saying that he didn't seem to change either. And yet, he's flirting with you now. After a few rounds around the beach, we headed back through the lycra's field when... Suddenly, Laurent stopped in his tracks and gave a quick blow of air through his nostrils as if sensing danger in the area. I looked in the direction he was facing. I saw a different color among the black petals. The figure was kneeling on the ground, touching the lycra's flowers without any hesitation. Eaves?
傷も完全に癒えてねえのに、何をやってんだ、あい
The
つは。
hell? Help me, big brother, I'm stuck. Oh my god. The hell's he's doing out here when he should be resting in bed? He must have heard us. Eaves stood up with a confused look on his face, and upon recognizing who we were, he walked towards us with a happy wave.
アドルフ、それに君も、こんなところで会うなんて奇遇だね。
Adolph and Leah too. What a coincidence seeing you two here. Before Adolph could respond, Laurent suddenly bared his teeth, I've never seen a horse do that, and tried to keep Eaves away.
落ち着け、ローラン。お前もいい加減、イブになれろ。
Calm down, Laurent. Get used to Eaves already, will you? Maybe it's the tension between the two. Imagine giving Last Love Interest 6 chapters that mainly focus on plot, and no romance. At this moment, I will be so done, even worse than Lucas and Eve's route. Do you remember in Lucas's route when he killed our mother? Because I do. I guess he's always been spooked by people outside the orphanage, but... Sensing things might take a turn for the worse, we quickly dismounted and tried to calm him down.
ああ、ごめん。俺、馬に嫌われやすいんだ。少し離れれば大丈夫だと思うから。
Sorry, horses seem to hate me. If I move away, he should calm down. Eaves took a few steps back as he spoke, and Laurent began to calm down.
いつも悪いな。せめて威嚇はするなと言い聞かせてはいるんだが。
Why? I always forget about that. I will never forget about my mother's corpse. In pieces, I might add. Sorry about that. I keep telling him not to see you as a threat, but...
いいよ、いいよ。本能的なものなんだろうしね。
No worries at all. It's just his instincts protecting him. Eaves gave a sweet smile. This is my chance to apologize. Since we had stepped away from Laurent, I stepped forward to close the distance. Eaves, about what happened at the orphanage, I'm so sorry for putting your life in danger. Seeing how guilty I looked, Eaves quickly tried to stop.
そんな、謝る必要なんてないよ。あれはただの不幸な事故。君が起こしたものなんかじゃない。
No need to apologize. That was just an unlucky accident. That's what I like to call my entire life. It's not like you caused it.
そうだよね、アドルフ。
Isn't that right, Adolph?
当たり前だ。
Of course. I don't trust you anymore, Adolph. But...
そんなに気にしてるなら。そうだ。俺と友達になってほし
Do we
いな。
even meet Mathis in this
名前も
route?
普通に
Is
呼んでくれ
Mathis
ると
even
嬉しい。
a person? If you really feel bad, then how about we be friends? I'd be happy to get to know you better. Friends? That was the first time I was asked to be someone's friend. Are you sure?
うん。この場所で再会したのも何かの縁だし。
Was the last
俺たち
one. You know what I mean? Like the one
き
you
っ
were
といい
supposed to
友
be
達になれ
with.
ると思う。
All king of the light. He's not king of the lycrases. That's not what I meant to say. Guardian of the lycras. He's got the scar that I gave him as a child. He's got the history. Ankou seems to like him. To be honest, she didn't cause that. Didn't Milo make something to kill MC? Yes. So yes and no. Yes, Milo did make something to try and hurt the MC, but he was in a different area than they were when this happened. And it most likely was the same thing that caused the fire when they were kids, based off of what they were talking about. They were just chalking it up to possibly what Milo was doing, but it was not proven that way. And she basically described it as looking exactly the same as the fire from 7 years ago. Yep, we're always meeting out here by chance. So I bet we can be best of friends. That's right. Why are you always out here?
アドルフから何も聞いてない？俺はてっきり。
Oh, Adolph never told you? I thought you already...
あんな重要な話、お前の許可なく話すわけねえだろ。
I wouldn't talk about something that important without your permission. As I tilted my head in confusion, Eaves smiled and nodded at Adolph as if to say he had permission. Adolph sighed and turned to
イブ
me.
はな、お前が好きな、このリコリスノアージュの花畑の所有者だ。
I can't believe I'm saying this, but Adolph, I really hate his name. Should be before Eaves. Eaves really feels like the soulmate to me. Same. To MC. I agree. I felt like Eaves was endgame. And I usually feel like the last round is what they think endgame should be. Except for Paradigm Paradox. Because their last round was stupid. And I think that game would have been fine without that character in it at all. Anyways, that's just me. Eaves, the owner of the field of Lycris Norigi you like so much. A surprise reveal without much fanfare. Huh? What do you mean? He's the owner of the field? More importantly, is it even possible to own the Lycris Norigis? Adolph's name is hard for me to spell. Honestly, I think I spelled it wrong a couple times too.
アドルフに教えた時と反応がそっくり。さすがは義理とはいえ、兄弟だね。
Your reaction is exactly the same as when I told Adolph. I guess you two really are like brother and sister. Bum, ba, bum, ba, ba. Eaves then went on to explain the mission passed down through generations of his family. He said the Lycris Norigi were grown by a certain death hundreds of years ago. Eve's ancestor met death and formed a contract with him where his family needed to protect the Lycrises to fight the curse. In order to prevent being persecuted or accused, he only told this to select few. Classic. As surreal as it was, he explained it thoroughly. I've never heard such a story about death. Maybe that's why Adolph is still in good health, even at his age. It's because of the work you've been doing, Eaves. If so, there was something else I needed to say. Thank you very much, Eaves. I've been saved many times by the beauty of the Lycrises Norigis too. I've also heard that this was the place where I was abandoned, so I guess in a way this field is like my hometown.
そっか。リコリスを好きだと言ってくれた人は、君が初めてだから。すごく嬉しいよ。
You better at spelling his name than me. To be clear, I cheated. Actually, if you watch this VOD later, you will see at the very beginning, this game started with me on the pictures because it has their names next to it and I could see how to spell things. Because I don't spell very well. I'm also dyslexic, and I have that fun thing where my brain changes words in my head, which is why sometimes I pause awkwardly when I'm reading sentences because my brain just cannot. I'm looking at it. I know what it means. I can tell you the definition. I don't know how to say it suddenly. It made sense that I'm not able to spell his name. I hate him as a love interest. I see. You're the first person to ever say they like the Lycrises. I'm really happy to hear that. So much so that we dated in another life.
療養もせずに、そのリコリスの花畑で何をしてたんだ?
Now what the heck are you doing out in the Lycris field when you should be resting?
世話をするでもなく、しきりに花の状態を確認してるように見えたが。
It didn't seem to me like you were attending to the flowers, just checking on them.
ああ、うん。実は最近、リコリスの花の数が不自然に減ってるような気がして。
Well, recently I've noticed that the number of Lycrises have dwindled too soon. Dwindled?
ただ枯れただけの話だろ?
They probably just wilted or something.
リコリスは丈夫な花なんだよ。枯れるなら周辺一帯が目に見えて一斉に枯れるはず。
It's okay, I love it. I can't read at all. It's nice to have somebody read stuff out to you. Thank you. I appreciate that. It's not always the right words, though. Hang on. I had to... I know two other streamers just like you. They both play Final Fantasy XIV, and oh my god, the words in Final Fantasy XIV are crazy. Why does it make sense? Why does it make sense? What do you mean? I'm trying to remember if I played Final Fantasy XIV. I feel like I did. I played a little bit, not very much. I was one of those little shrimp babies. I don't know what they're called. They were tiny. They look a little bit like a cross between a rat and a person. And they have tiny little noses. But lycrases are really resilient. If they weren't wilting, the whole patch would have wilted together. I did that again. I didn't mean to. Stop doing that. No wild animals would ever eat the lycrases, would they? As long as it makes sense. As long as it makes sense. Okay, I guess. If the animals did eat them, then Laurent would have started grazing on them by now. I keep hitting that button because it's the other button I'm trying to press. The only other possibility was maybe something was picking them without your knowledge.
倒った瞬間、呪いが進行して死ぬにもかかわらず。
But they accelerate the curse and kill whoever picks them. What else could it be, though?
リコリスを必要とするなんて、それこそじい様から聞いた例の死神ぐらいだけどね。
The only one who would need the lycrases is death, my grandfather told me. Oh, like in the story you just told us, he wants to give them to a special woman. Eaves nodded in
愛す
confirmation.
る女性のために国を花で囲むなんて、情熱的な人だよね。もし本当に彼の仕業なら、求婚もいよいよ近いってことかな。
If you play Final Fantasy XIV, I tell you right now that the words will mess with your brain. I'm not even joking. I will never, like, I sent that TikTok to my sister and my best friend because I read books all the time. And it was talking about, like, they're like, when it's a fictional in a world, and they're like, in the city of where the main protagonist lives with her best friend and Jeff or something like that. And I'm like, yeah, I can't. I start coming up with random names for people, and I'm like, I don't know. I'll like call them by their first three names. I will never get over. I had never saw the word Phoebe written out before, and the first time I encountered the word Phoebe was in a book. So I'm straight up in my head saying Phoebe the whole time. Phoebe. Made sense to my brain. I think he's a romantic, surrounding the country with flowers for the woman he loves. The marriage proposal must be coming soon. Then I hope that she can accept it. It's you, you literal idiot. It's you. Eve's wholesome joke made me chuckle. He really was funny and kind person. I actually felt sorry for acting shy after what happened.
どこまで本当なのかは怪しいもんだがな。もし本物だとしたら、この国の研究者たちが一斉にそっとしかねない。
I'm not sure how much of the story is true, but it is real. It would make all the researchers lose their mind.
本物といっても、見た目は人間と変わらなかったみたいだよ。ただ、さすがに浮世離れしていたというか。
I'm so sorry. Please tell me she gets this in the next one. Who it is. According to the story, he doesn't look different from any other human, but is also kind of otherworldly.
おとぎ話に出てくる魔法使いみたいな格好。長い白銀の髪。瞳は血と炎が混ざったような。
Eaves, when did you get a full-on description of him? Excuse me? He looks like a sorcerer from a fairy tale with long silver hair and murky crimson eyes, like a mixture of blood and fire? Huh? Wait. We're gonna have a flashback. It's gonna be Ankou. Who in the hell is the supporter? Oh, that's right. Who is the anonymous supporter? It still could be Camille. Camille could be the anonymous supporter. Oh, we were saying it might be Dahat. Dahat might be supporting Camille and the exorcist. in hopes of them figuring out how to bring his mom back with feelings. Is he describing Ankou? Who the hell else would he be describing? The description Eve gave matched the description accurately. Those eyes. Ankou is the death who cursed this country? Ankou, the person said to have ordered Eve's ancestor to protect the Lycrases so that they could be given to a special woman. He is said to have long silver hair and crimson eyes. And he looks like a Cheshire cat. He isn't just a watchman? Is he really... If he really wasn't human, I could see how he could live for hundreds of years, but if that's the case, then why does he want to reduce the numbers of deaths? Is he lying to me to fulfill some ulterior motive? I was getting more confused as I thought about it. He didn't seem like a bad person, but Eve's story was beginning to make me change my mind. But even if I did ask him directly, I doubt he'd be able to tell me anything because of that strange interference. We believe in Ankou. I know, right? Like, Ankou's all I want. He's all I ever wanted. If he really is death, it also meant he was the only one who could lift the curse from this country. MC, stop the thoughts? She has to have thoughts. This is literally narrative driven. Maybe, just maybe. If I could somehow convince him, maybe I can hold on to this peaceful life with Adolph and become a normal human. I knew it was an unreasonable wish. After all, a sinner like me shouldn't dream like this, but a selfish desire had grown inside me. She thinks Ankou lying to her. Technically, he said he was the Watchman of death, not death itself. So she's all like, whoa, 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 that's a higher caliber. To live a happy life without killing anyone, able to explore the changes occurring in my relationship with Adolph. Simmer down. I don't want to lose anymore. It would be my only salvation. It'd be the one thing. After talking for a while, we parted ways with Eaves and Lycris at the Lycris field and headed back to Adolph's house. Triddity trot, triddity trot. 6 chapters of this. You don't sound happy. Like, why aren't you happy? Just be happy. Ankou's gonna be in it more. Even if you don't like Adolph, Ankou is in this more. Maybe. He's in the cover. Adolph went to the church to return Laurent to his stable, so I decided to spend my time planning dinner. I keep doing that because there's a button over here that's like next and it's the wrong side. Adolph seems happy with the stew I've been making, but serving the same thing every day isn't good for his health. Maybe I could cook some mostly vegetables today. As I went to check the ingredients in the pantry... A communicator! I heard an inorganic but clear sound. She sounds Amish now. What do I mean? I'm happy that I can't stand seeing him. Ah. The mysterious sound made me shriek and hide behind one of the chairs nearby. I think I already said this. I think you said you watched me play Lover Pretend, and like this game, Kazumi was my least favorite character in this game because he was the protag's best friend from childhood. And he just kind of had this I wanted to be more vibe the whole time. And if you choose the wrong thing, finish the game. It's great in a terrible way. I mean, there's some parts of that game that I was like, you've lost me. Honestly, the only person I really liked was Yukito. Sina was the only one. Chiro, I hated him. You really need to finish that. Just thought about Ichido, how much I don't like him. The mysterious sound made me shriek and hide behind one of the chairs nearby. What? I carefully peeked out from behind the backrest. On the table was a strange device emitting the weird sound. Sina, my love, I'm so sorry that I haven't finished your route yet. Do it. It's the best one. It's gorgeous. I just like people who are very confident and very lovey-dovey. And Sina is so lovey-dovey the whole time. Like, I love him. I love him so much. On the table was a strange device emitting the weird sound. It was as if it was trying to tell everyone where it was located. What is this? I've seen it somewhere before. I suddenly remembered Adolph had returned to the orphanage with this in his hand. If I wasn't mistaken, it was a transmitter, a mysterious device developed by people. I recalled hearing it from Adolph that it wasn't sold in Cohen and was only certain members of Corps were allowed to own one. We both said we love Sina at the same time. I said it out loud. Sina's the best though. Like, oh my goodness. He was my unexpected favorite. I play them in the order I think I'm gonna like the characters. I honestly can't remember at what point I picked him. But like, I was so pleased. He was so good. He was so worth it. I loved him. And then the same thing of Paradigm Paradox. Oh gosh, is this over here? My stuff got all discombobulated. In Paradigm Paradox, oh no, it doesn't have their names on here. But the one with the short brown hair was my favorite in this because he was just so sweet and he loved your character. He was just like into like, hey, let's hang out, let's have lunch together. And I'm just like, I hate that I get a burnout from games. I get a burnout too. That's actually why I started streaming. I started streaming to make myself finish my games. And it hasn't been working because I haven't finished Jack and Jean yet because Jack and Jean was starting to hurt. And like, if a game's hurting me, I can't force myself to play for too long. So I'm going to try and beat Jack and Jean at least one time. I remember I saw his route on your channel like last year. Aw, thank you. It's been a year now, actually, yeah. And this is all I play, just Atomi games. That's it. This is me every day. Just Atomi games and sim games. And then every now and then a horror game that makes me want to scream. With frustration. If it made that sound, that means someone must be trying to get in contact with Adolph. Do you even know how to use this? The sound went away. But if there was an urgent matter to be discussed, after some thought, I made my decision. Adolph just left with Laurent, but he usually didn't ride him through town except in emergencies. I might be able to catch up. Girl, don't do it. I always cause trouble to Adolph, so I should at least do my best to take this to him. You really shouldn't. I needed to act quickly. I really don't think you should. I carefully put a hood over my head to hide myself and put my transmitter in my pocket. Don't do it. I then hurried out of the house to go after Adolph and Laurent. I'm fine with this if you run into my boy. I've got a long list of indie Atomi games. I actually just bought... I don't know if they're indie or not. They were on my wish list on my Switch, and I had bought it. Like, I bought the Cupid Parasite and the... I can't think of the name. I can't even say it. I bought it and I can't say it. What's it called? Burishahana. See, I can't even do this. Because they were both on sale. And there was a couple other ones I was going to buy, but it turned out they were cheaper on Steam. So we bought them on Steam, and I can't remember the names. But they look like indie games. Like, I know those two aren't indies. I know those are made by, I think, the same company that makes this game. But I had those on my list for a while. I usually like getting physical copies, but I also have a habit of trading them in once I'm done playing them, and I know those ones don't trade in for a lot, so might as well just buy them digital and have them forever for a cheaper price than buying them at full price and then getting them digitally later. I also just got Cafe Enchanté, which is also on my list of games I want to play. And the artist who did the art for this, I figured this out because I think I said this when this one's first started playing, that I recognized the art. The art from Cafe Enchanté is the same artist who did the art for this. So if you like the art, Cafe Enchanté, gorgeous. I will I always recommend indies Otome games to people. Evil laugh. I mean, it's a good story, then it's gonna be fun. Like, that's really how it is. I enjoy, like, the twists and turns. I might scream at the top of my lungs playing Norn 9, but, like, I loved it. You love Cafe Enchante. Perfect. It's on my list. I'm getting a physical copy of that from, like, Amazon. It was pretty cheap. The sky slowly turned from red to black and cloudy. I also have on my list, I'm going to keep talking about my list, Radiant. Radiant? Oh no, I was going to say Radiant Historia, but that doesn't sound right. You're like a circus performer. She looks adorable. Radiant Tell, there we go. That one. That one's on my list. I haven't bought that one yet. And it looks so pretty. And like, the main character has long hair, which again, I keep playing them, but they have short hair. It's really weird. Really weird consistency. Saw someone streaming it earlier. I'll be streaming it someday. I don't know when. The sky was slowly turning from red to black and cloudy. I chose paths with few people and tried to catch sight of him on the main road. I peeked from around a corner. I decided that it would be easier to spot Laurent than Adolph himself. That's fair. Something I could do. I try to avoid... this is all me. I am my own worst enemy, because I'm like, I don't want to spoil it. I don't want to read the synopsis. I just want to see a couple pictures and go, bet, let's go. And Radiant Tell looks gorgeous. Gorgeous. I don't want to know anything about it. And Jack and Gina is a good example of how things I don't like. I was like, ugh. I thought I was going to love it too. I'm really sad about it. My idea worked out perfectly. There he is. I could see Adolph holding Laurent's reins as they walked. He showed no interest in the people he passed as they made their way back to the church. Because he only has eyes for me. I tried to call his name as I stepped out of the alley when... Adolph! Before I could finish, a loud voice engulfed mine. A young man appeared in front of him and called out the exact name I did. Is that Hugo? If I wasn't mistaken, it was the person who came with Eaves to question me about the incident in the alley. He was wearing a corpse uniform as well. Before Adolph could take notice of me, he stopped to talk to Hugo. They stopped right next to the alley I had been hiding in, but a tree was blocking their view of me conveniently. I heard he was friends with Hugo, so I decided to head back to the alley to avoid getting in their way when...
なあ、アドルフ。あの子が心配なのはわかるけどよ。そろそろ自警団に復帰してくんねえか。
Hey Adolph, I know you're worried about her, but when are you going to come back to the corpse?
俺とイブだけじゃ連続する事件の調査にも限界があんだよ。
There's only so much me and Eaves can... I did that backwards. Eaves and I can do with these ongoing incidents. Huh? I stopped in my tracks. Had I heard him correctly? Ongoing incidents. But Adolph told me before that there had been no other emergencies. Hugo continued as I tried to figure out what was going on.
こっちでは騒ぎになってねえが、あれからいろいろあったんだぜ。
Of course he lied to her. He lied to her because he doesn't want her to worry. He did it for a good reason. Look at her. She's already spiraling in this alley, just hearing this little bit. News hasn't spread here, but a lot of stuff happened since.
シュディまで出向いて、あの事件の犯人らしい殺人鬼を追うマティスって坊ちゃんと協力関係が結べたのはいいけどよ。
Went to Chatus to move with the Mathis guy who's been after the killer for a while, but...
その犯人、ブローとかいうとんでもない化け物と戦う羽目になって、一回イブも病院送りになっちまったし。
Actually surprised you're alive. He hates you. Bro hates you specifically, Hugo. Burrow's a damn monster, and we had our hands full fighting him. He's even got sent to the hospital because of it.
病院？昼にリコリスの花畑で会ったが、平然としてたぞ。
The hospital? He seemed fine when I saw him earlier at the Lycris field.
抜け出してたんだよ。あいつの強がり、つか、鈍さは、今に始まったことじゃねえだろ。
There's a difference between resilience and numb. He snuck out. You know how he is. He's always been weirdly resilient to pain. Hugo explained what happened. Yeah, Lucas attacked Hugo first when we first started this. Yeah, he attacked him pretty bad. They met Mathis Cloud and his butler, Jean, while searching for clues about the killer Barreau. That night, they were attacked by him and lost, even though it was 2 against 1. Okay, it's been higher numbers than that and still lost, I'm just saying. They were then admitted to a hospital where Lucas worked with the director, Dr. Capuchin. They later learned that the deaths were divided between violent suicides and actual murders. Mathis, I miss you. He can't hear you. He's not here. Lucas, go away. First off, Lucas is beautiful. In fact, if Lucas looked like her brother, hear me out. If this character was her brother, I think I'd enjoy it more. Because I don't like Adolph's design. I don't like his design. I don't think he's pretty. I mean, Leah, what? Lucas is gorgeous. He's ethereal. He looks like an angel. He's got white hair. It's blonde, but like Cage. I know. That's why forced kiss. I understand. I agree 100%. And I remember playing Love or Pretend and being really mad that my favorite CG had to be with the guy I thought was my least favorite. But I'm just saying, if this character were swapped, hear me out. Like if this character, Adolph, looked like Lucas and Lucas looked at Adolph, I think I would have been better with this. I was excited for Lucas's story and then it got creepy. And I'm okay with like a little bit of violence, but like not towards MC. Like don't be mean to me. Like that's not what I want. I want the idea that someone could hurt me, but they never would. I'm laughing so much at 1 a.m. I'm just saying. Like a little bit, like, oh, he's the killer. I was still excited at that moment, but then he put her in a cage and then literally lost his mind. I'm like, you can be a murderer and not be crazy. Those are not mutually exclusive. Just saying. He looked great in the alley when he had blood on his face and his eyes were basically glowing like blue. That was gorgeous. And then he cage right afterwards. Ruined it. Ruined the whole thing. And long hair. Like, I love when they have long hair. In fact, almost everybody in this game has long hair, except for this guy. He's like the only one with short hair. It's also weird. Anyways, I reported a summary of events to Adolph in a concise and easy to understand manner. Then,
昨晩には北の方でもかなりの数の死者が出る。
we had a number of deaths in the north last night.
幸いここから離れてるから死神の仕業なんて騒ぐやつは今のところまだいねえけどよ。
Fortunately,
それも時間の問題だ。
it's so far away that no one's blaming death yet, but it's only a matter of time.
不満が爆発した時の
Thanks,
沈静か
Hugo.
ブローが再度現れた時のことも考えるとやっぱお前抜きじゃかなりきついんだわ。
It's gonna be tough keeping order once the people find out Barreau struck again. Hugo stated his concern in a caring way to Adolph. What's going on? I remember someone said a cage scene in Hana Awase, and I was mad because I was interested in him. Also, no consent stuff in that Atome game. Yeah, consent is all I want. Like, push MC up against a wall with permission, it's fine. I mean, Sheen's little scene against that was fine. That was fine. We continued discussing the situation. My mind went back to an earlier conversation. It's the one where I told you everything is fine. What's happening? Were the casualties because of me? Don't worry, you're imagining it. You're crazy. You're talking. This is a gaslighter right now. You're talking crazy. I thought that was what Adolph told me. It couldn't be. He lied to protect my feelings. I don't even have a heart. He only said it so that I wouldn't try to kill myself again. What a manipulator. It was a lie, born out of kindness, but I've been living life in peace without knowing what's been happening. Yeah, if you tune yourself out, I don't watch the news. It's scary. Let's not. Hugo scratched his head at Adolph's lack of response.
そんな状況だからこそ、矛先が向けられるあいつのそばを離れるわけにはいかない。
Here's another thing. Leanne's root trigger warning gaslighting. I'm talking about your streamer. And Leah's root trigger warning is gaslighting? Oh, man. I will always call it a gaslighting because the moment it turns into like, you're crazy, I'm like, oof. This is... Okay. Two things come to mind right now. One is that annoying blonde from Amnesia. And two is the Stephen King movie/novel, Misery. Am I being held hostage in someone's house without even knowing it? Is that what's happening right now? Am I trapped here? Like, he's not telling me the truth about the outside world, right? Right? Like in Misery, she's like, it's snowing. It's snowing so bad. We can't. Once we can go to town, we'll go to town. We can't go to town. It's too much snow. We're bare. The phone lines are out. Like, he's like, everything's fine. Everything's doing good. I wouldn't be here if Eaves and Hugo couldn't handle this. I obviously know where my priorities are. But he's lying. He's just lying. And I think I can leave anytime I want. But also, she said she didn't realize she could leave. Which is a weird sentence coming from someone who's not being held hostage. And he looks like Gaston. And if you think of Gaston, you think of the Beast. And if you think of the Beast, you remember that he also held a woman captive. Anyways, I've spiraled too far. YouTube, Leah wants me to hate this man even more. I'm just saying. I can't leave her alone. Especially with the blame being shifted her way. She's gonna run away. If I was this girl, I would leave his house. This might be a small island, but like, do a 180, right? Go to the other side of the island, all the way over there. Go live on a beach. Become a hermit crab. I understand what you're saying, but are you planning on locking her behind doors until everyone's minds their own business?
Yeah. それ以前の問題か。俺もお前が当たり前の道を選ぶなら、余計な口出しするつもりはねえが。
Hugo, you're on thin ice, okay? In one route, you watched me kill myself, and in a second option, you told me you were testing me. Watch it. Thin ice. And worse than that, I'm not trying to nag you about your life choices or anything, but if you say she's death, I swear to God, Hugo spoke as if he was going to follow with something Adolph didn't want to hear.
Adolph.
Adolph?
リライバーになる気ねえんだろ。
You're not going to revive into a reliver, are you?
長生きしたとしても、寿命まであと2年。死んだらその後、彼女をどうするつもりだ。シスターに丸ごと放り投げんのか。
You've got maybe 2 years left to live at best. What happens when you die? Are you gonna toss her back at the sister?
それは。
Oh my God. Whoa. Huh? My vision went dark. What? Did I just pass out in an alleyway? I never heard him say that. It was so normal in this country that I didn't even think to ask him. Adolph isn't going to be a reliver, which meant he doesn't want to extend his life. He's only going to live for another 2 years, as opposed to Lucas, who's going to live for another 9 months. Sir, you said he'd be by my side forever. Well, maybe he knows you're gonna die.
リライバーの是非についてここで問答するつもりはねえよ。生き方なんて それぞれ自由に決めることだしな。
I'm not gonna preach about what's right or wrong with relivers since it's your own life.
けどな、自分が死ぬって分かってんのに、年頃の女を勝手に預かって大事に閉じ込めて、はい終わりってのは
It's
適当すぎんだろ。
irresponsible to keep her isolated and call it a day when you know you're gonna die soon.
施設に返すとしても、あそこは原則リライバーが運営する決まりになってんだ。成長した大人を無条件で雇うにも限界がある。
I thought you didn't like this route. You seem pretty passionate about this right now. You told this girl if she don't want you to die, then live. How's she gonna live without you? I'm agreeing that, like, isn't that wild? Why would you say that to her? Oh, my heart, right? Pain. Let me say my thoughts. I didn't question your thoughts. I'm just saying. Even if you do return her to the orphanage, the reliver sister may have her pockets empty from the mouths she already has to feed.
せめて他に自分が死んだ後に彼女を託せるつてを作っとけよ。
If you're set on dying, you should make sure she's got some means to survive after you're gone. I still hate this man as a love interest. I would like Hugo as a love interest. I want the DLC where Hugo can be dated. Let's date Hugo.
施設やお前ら以外の人間は信頼できない。
Ooh, I don't trust anyone else besides you guys or the orphanage.
否定はしねえが、お前の人間不信も筋金入りだな。
Honestly, same. I thought he was a dateable person. I won't lie. When I first thought he was dateable, I was like, oh, he's probably gonna be one of the last ones I pick. But, like, I was still gonna pick him. Like, I can't say I'm surprised, but damn, your distrust of others is something.
いいか、アドルフ。異常なほど丈夫なお前にはピンとこないかもしれねえけどよ。
Plus, he's a reliver. He's got these cute eyes. Look at these cute eyeballs. Like, Hugo hates her. But imagine turning that hate into love. That would be interesting. And we've established that even though he doesn't like her, he at least, like, respects her as a person. Like, he doesn't devalue her as a person. He did when he told, there's a part, but he doesn't devalue her. Like, he cared about, like, don't do that. That's not a good idea. Like, he was very mindful of her, which is not always apparent with many people. However, I think the only thing that's going to prevent him from dating her is the fact that I think he's gay, and that is lovely, and I wish they would openly state that and not just beat around the bush on that one, because I'm positive he's in love with Eaves, and that's why he spends so much time with Eaves, and that's why he likes being with Eaves so much, and that's why they're so good together, and that's why he died of a broken heart, because Eaves keeps picking this crazy girl that death follows, and he's literally dying. Wait, I got an idea. Okay. I'm listening. Polyroot Hugo MC Eaves. Ooh. Oh, that'd be fun. I would love that. Honestly, in Paradigm Paradox, the thing I wish they had done is when you chose a certain person, your friend, because if you choose the bad route, that's the only route she lives in. Isn't that hilarious? Anyways, your best friend is there with you, and I would have loved if she would have had a chance to, like, have some of her own romance in that world, and it would have been cute if you'd picked someone, she always ended up with somebody else, like, except for your boyfriend, which is the pink-haired boy, because it doesn't matter what route you choose, he's for you and you alone. You may not be thinking it because of how healthy you are, but
この国じゃ自分の生き方を決められる時間自体が少ねえんだ。
in this country, we barely have enough time to decide how we want to live.
だから彼女自身に何がしたいか意思を持たせ考えさせろ。
Which is why you need to let her decide what she wants to do herself.
守られるばっかのお人形なんて薄情なこの国は助けてくれねえぞ。
Remember when I told you about that Errant Kingdom? That game got Polyroots. I know a lot of indie Otome games that got Polyroots. Listen, I played Paradigm Paradox because I thought I could go after hot guys and hot girls, and then it turned out that it was just guys who became hot girls, and I was very disappointed. Actually, there's a game on my list that I'm scared about. I think it's called like Blackberry or something like that. Blackberry Honey, something like that. And it's a girl like centric one, and I'm still not sure because the cover has two girls kissing on it, and I'm shy. I'm not sure if I'm ready for that bold of a cover. This damn country won't do a thing to help some sheltered doll. Lady boy. Oh, yes. Adolph groaned, suddenly hit with the truth. I couldn't bear to see Adolph stressing out over me, so I closed my eyes. Without another word, I backed away and fled the scene completely. Girl, Code Realize second fan disc, the Christmas, got a love triangle date. Ooh, got a love triangle date, 2 lover interests in MC together. It was a fun and funny. The Christmas one is the one I was hoping I could play for Christmas time, but I'd have to literally get Code Realize and play it. I've never actually played Code Realize. And then there's a middle, like you said, the second fan disc, there's a middle fan disc, and then there's the third one, which is the Christmas one. I'm like, I'd have to play all of them, and that's a lot. If you give 10 hours for each route, I think Code Realize had 6 routes as well. That's 60 hours just to get through the main story. But they have steampunkian people, and I think that's adorable. You're right, I haven't been thinking. I've been planning for a future where I would leave her. Need to play the first one and the second. I know. There's just a lot, and I don't think I can do that in December. December is the worst month for retail. I mean, forever is relative to how long you live. I was really confident that I could keep doing that forever. You can't have forever if you don't become a reliver. Laurent realized I was there. Now's not the time, Laurent. Did you see someone you know? Doesn't look at what's that in his mouth? What's this horse with all this exposition? A handkerchief? He probably found it in the alley or something. Wait. It's Leah's. Did she hear us just now? Did the horse? Laurent? I've been saying Laurent. It's fine. Hugo, take care of Laurent for me. Code Realize Future Blessing gives you a family route, but it's not romance, just family finally spending together, and lets you date a side character. Aww, that sounds friendly. So what you're saying is I can skip it and go straight to Christmas. Adolph, I wasn't done here. He's chasing after me. I'm high speeding it back home into a dark alley. Why are you in a dark alley? I wandered the area until I reached not Adolph's house, but where I enjoyed my happy life. But the place I saw that night, the alley where so many had been killed without mercy. The walls and the ground had been cleaned, but I could still see the red stains that spoke of the incident's terrifying story. I'm so depressed. This is why he hides things from me. I'm like, one whiff of I'm a problem and I become this dead-eyed person. Don't even skip it. I only saw that because this certain family member is my favorite character. It's fine. There's only one romance of a side character. We'll see if it's a character I'd even want. I leaned against the wall and... Leah, Adolph won't become a reliver. I slumped down onto the ground as I ruminated on how Hugo had discussed with Adolph all this time. I never even asked him because it was so normal for people to become relivers. I thought he was going to live long after I died with a beautiful reliver mark on his skin. She likes tattoos. Guys, she thinks tattoos are cute. Listening. I never doubted that for a second, but the idea of that had been shattered. Crushed. There were a few people in this country who refused to become relivers. I will admit I love Code Realize too much. It's really funny. I have a keychain of the protagonists from Code Realize. I never know their names. As you notice, I changed their names to my name because, I don't know, that way at least I used to avoid saying my name too. If it said Leah, I just wouldn't even say Leah. I just like skip over it, like, next word. It took me a while to get used to saying Leah. But I've never played it. Cardia? Oh, Cardia, like the flower or the spice? Wait, I'm so confused. But I have a keychain of her, and like someone's like, "Oh, I love that game." I'm like, "Yeah, I haven't played it yet though. I'll play it someday. It's on my list. It's been on my list forever." I tried to get it on my Vita back when I had a Vita, and I never played it on my Vita. You will love her. I don't know. A lot of the MCs think too much, and sometimes it's a little frustrating. But she looks beautiful. In fact, the one I have for her is the wintertime one. So it's her dressed up in a cute little white jacket with a little white head puff on her head. There were a few people in the country who refused to become relivers. Most prominent was the Society of Exorcists, which saw relivers as demons that went against the rules of the natural and human life. We think too much. Yeah, but we think too much in a fun way. She thinks too much in the, it's me, I'm the problem. Every other sentence. There were others who accepted the idea of death as normal and unblemished humans. As for me, I had planned on refusing because my sinful life was not worth saving. That said, I was younger in age than Adolph. Unless I killed myself or died from an accident or illness, Adolph would die ahead of me. He would be killed by the curse of death. I mean, she's death. Oh, wait, I meant she's a normal girl. Thank you. That's right. She's a normal girl that just happens to, as she walks by, behind her, everything's just crashing and burning and getting set on fire. That's just a coincidence. He would be killed by the curse of death. The kind soul who had always watched over me was going to die soon. I don't care about being despised or blamed. All I feared was a future where I would see him die before my eyes. That was actually in Eaves' route. You saw that? No. Cardia, kinda just like MC, but she's got character development and ooh, burn. And love interest teach her how to fight. Ooh. Oh, she becomes the huntress. I like that. I'm scared, Adolph. I don't want to see you die. You liar. You liar. He told me so confidently that he would never die ahead of me.
その通り。
Indeed.
あの男は君を守るにふさわしくない。大嘘つきだ。
That man is a liar who has no right to protect you.
だがそんな
Cardia's
愚か
body
な
is
男
literally
も
poisoned.
君の努力次第で生き延びることができるかもしれないよ。
Let's actually say her real name. Nope, it's not on here. Wait. Is she the first card in here? Sometimes she... Just like Cirrus. Cirrus? Cirrus. That's how you pronounce it. But such a foolish man may perhaps survive depending on your efforts.
やあ、姫君。私の契約を受けるか否か。答えは出たかな?
How he's so cute. Hello there, dear princess. I have come here to hear your answer to my proposal. Ankou, the Watchman of Death, no. The death that may have cursed this land was here in front of me. He bent down so that we were at eye level. He gently moved my hair away from my eyes.
もう一度聞こう。同胞の姫君。
I ask you again, dear partner, my princess.
君は彼に置いていかれる悲しみすらも自分への罰だと受け入れることができるのかい?
Will you accept the grief of his departure as punishment for your sins?
想像だけでもそのありさまだというのに?
The mere thought has left you in this state. But that's what Adolph wants. I don't have the right to.
それは意志ではない。ただの選択だ。
I'm not completely sold yet that these are not the same person because he found her in an alley. Just saying. Just saying. Their found family trope and interaction with the love interest is so good. I need to calm down. I miss that game too much. You're over here like shaking because you're like, I want to play Code Realize instead of this game. We do not always choose what we want.
生の定年と執念。二つしかない死神に押し付けられた極端にして理不尽な選択肢。
Death has given him two options. One to give up on life, the other to cling to it.
だが君が私の手を取ってくれれば、もう一つ新たな可能性が生まれる。
But if you take my hand, another possibility may be born. Code realizes my love. I see. He was referring to the real wish I shouted at Adolph that night. Even though I knew he was using my past for his benefit, I couldn't help but be tempted. I didn't have time to think anymore. I want to live. I extended my shaking hand to him. His bloodshot crimson eyes were amused. I slowly rose from the ground as he held me naturally by the hand. I then looked at the person who could be the sole reason for the curse. I want to live with Adolph and everyone. I didn't want to lose anyone. I want to have everyone hold on to their thoughts and emotions. I didn't want him to lose his kind feelings for me after becoming a reliver. I want to die from old age. I want to cherish the life I have today. I want to live. I didn't say the words loudly. Good, I didn't either. But it was the most powerful thought I felt. I could feel my heart screaming the words. I didn't want anyone to die prematurely.
偽りなき君の願い、確かに聞き遂げた。
I acknowledge and accept your sincere wish.
だが、君が追うと決めたその謎は、死と隣り合わせの危険なものだ。よって今後は、私と共に行動を。
But the mystery you will be uncovering is a dangerous one that will lead you near death. Therefore, I will help you from now on.
そいつから今すぐ離れろ!
Okay, they're not the same person. Debunked. It took 2 seconds. Get away from Leah now. The sudden roar made Ankou take a step back. Ah, it didn't take long for the source of the voice to arrive. Ah! It's the first one for him! Look at this man's gorgeous hair, and I swear... Don't heart Ankou. I just saw this. In his hand was his menacing sword. If you heard him. Adolph, what are you doing here?
そんなこと、今はどうでもいい。
Never mind that.
こんな怪しい男を相手に何を無防備にしてる。自
I
分の状
hate
況を
this
忘れたのか。
name. I feel like it's like one of those jokes where you purposely spell it wrong every single time. You're just like Adolphe, and you're just like adding letters every single time in the wrong spot. Like, what the hell are you doing out here? And with a shady guy like this, this is the best shady guy. Respect him. He scolded me sharply, but I tried to keep calm. And gobble. Respect him. Yeah, exactly. Goodness. It would be difficult to clear the air otherwise. Adolph had just seen Ankou leading me by the hand deep into the alley and was convinced he was an enemy. Wait, Adolph, you've got it all wrong. Do you remember what I told you? He's the Watchman of Death, Ankou. This one who gave me that proposal.
こいつが
This is the guy? Yeah. Adolph looked surprised at my words. Adolph means Ngafaflifla to me. As for Ankou, he didn't seem at all worried and was instead staring at the newcomer with cold
まるでし
eyes.
つけのなっていない犬だ。それで彼女を守っているつもりかな。
Like an untrained dog off his leash, you believe you can protect her from this?
なんだと。
What the? He muttered his contempt for Adolph.
無自覚とはたちが悪い。君こそが彼女を追い詰めた最大の元凶だというのに。
Your ignorance is astounding, failing to realize that you are the very reason she has pushed herself to such limits.
どういう意味だ。
What do you mean?
でははっきり言わせてもらおう。彼女が人々の死を招くことに絶望していると知っていたくせに。
I mean, he's got such a good voice. It's hard not to think everything he says is great. Very well, I will make this simple. You understand the despair she feels for causing misfortune and death.
守るだけの騎士役で満足し、現状を変えようともしない役立たずの男が。
Yet you are content with playing the role of a knight doing nothing to change the status quo.
彼女の守護者を気取るとは、肩払いたい。
A useless man disguised as a protector. What?
理解したかな？君が7年もの間守るだけで何もしなかったから。
So you finally understand. After 7 years of only protecting her, it is about time. Ooh. Here, I'll take a screenshot of it. Again, you'll see soon. It'll make sense. I don't know.
彼女は希望を抱けず、自分自身を見放して、
She lost
あの
all
晩、
hope for
死
a
のう
better
とした
future
んだ。
and attempted to kill herself that night. Shut up.
まれ。
He spoke as if he had been watching Adolph all his life. With each word Ankou uttered, Adolph's face kept getting redder. Wait a minute, Ankou, Adolph didn't do anything wrong.
いきなり現れたお前に何がわかる。俺が今までどんな思いでこいつを見ていたと。
What do you know about either of us? I've only ever thought about her since the beginning.
君のしつけがましい執着など知ったことではない。
I couldn't care less about your overbearing obsession with her. Dude, is this 2 stalkers? Like, I said this earlier, it's like he's keeping her like trapped in this misery. Like,
私が最優先とするのは彼女の感情と命、それだけだ。
I love Ankou too. My priorities are her feelings and her life. That is all.
今までのように黙り込んでいたのならいざ知らず。
I would not have taken action had she been content. But I can't keep living as death if things don't change. I don't want to. If I'm going to live, I don't want anyone to die. I want to live like a normal person.
先日彼女はそう泣き叫んだというのに。
Bathroom break. How could you? This is the middle of an Ankou moment. He doesn't get a lot of those. She wept bitter tears alone that night.
それを無視し、鳥かごに閉じ込めようとしていたどこかの誰かとは違うのだよ。
I am unable to turn my eyes away from her pain and lock her in a birdcage as some others would. Ooh! Blame the body, damn it. I'm gonna blame your intake of liquids. I don't know. Adolph's angry growls stopped the argument momentarily. Adolph. I took the opportunity to approach Adolph. I touched his arm, slowly urging him to put his sword away. Is it true that you're not going to become a reliver?
やっぱり聞いてたのか。
So you did hear. Yes, I was looking for you earlier and it happened to overhear it. I tugged his arm to try and have him answer my question. Why? Are we having a flashback? Do not flashback me.
だから少しは自信を持て。根拠のない迷信なんかに屈するな。
Have confidence.
俺は絶対にお前より先
I
に
will never die before you, you effing liar. You promised me that you wouldn't die before me. Was that all a lie to cheer me up?
違う。俺は本当に。
No, I really... Then why are you going to choose a future that kills you in 2 years?
だからそれは。
But it's not? Adolph had his own reasons and emotions driving him. He had a right to make his own decisions, and I had no right to force him to accept Reliver technology. After you told me that, it gave me hope to do my best and keep living. I bit my lip to keep from crying. I didn't want my tears to guilt him into changing his mind. What I wanted was to hear the truth and use that to make my decision. I'm sorry, I guess I've become pretty selfish after always having you nearby. Just being by your side isn't enough. I didn't want to lose the feelings he inspired in me. I want to see you grow old for years, decades, eons. I want to hold your wrinkled hand and live together. How do you know what a wrinkled hand looks like? I want to see me die peacefully in my sleep.
お前。
So please, I quickly dried my tears and forced myself to look him in the eyes. After sharing my heartful wishes with Adolph, I turned my attentions to the Watchman of Death. I took a deep breath in. I accept your offer. Please let me help you. I want a future where I won't cower in fear over someone's death. I will accept any judgment in Hades after I die, so please. Oh, he's so cute. I love
もち
him.
ろんだとも。私の姫君。
My goodness. Why, of course, dear princess. I saw the CG before. I thought you were going to the
よう
bathroom.
やく。
Actually, I think that
ようや
CG
く
is
だ。
on here. Finally. Finally.
君ならば、私の手を取ってくれると信じていたよ。
I knew that you would finally take my hand. As if to reconfirm, he extended his hand that once painted my lips red with blood. Way before I knew this game.
今の言葉をもって契約は正式に結ばれた。
I acknowledge your acceptance, and now our contract has been formally put into place.
これから私と君は運命共同体。この先いかなる苦難が待ち受けようと寄り添い続けると誓う。
I literally went to the bathroom. Okay, I'm just saying. It's fine. I believe you. From now on, you and I share a common destiny. I'm too warm in my cardigan officially. It's happened again. My house is warmer than the outside. Which is gross, because I'd rather just be frozen. Whee! If you hit the ground, I'll be really mad. Okay. You and I share a common destiny. No matter what hardships await, I vow to stay by your side. Ankou, you are a man after my heart.
死神に死の番人が付き従うとは、まるで喜劇ではないか。
For I am your watchman, after all, the watchman of death. He placed his cold hand atop the palm of my hand. Thank ya.
だから、こいつに近づくなと言っている。
I told you to stay away from her. I'm having a moment here. Adolph snapped out of his stupor and quickly pulled me away from Ankou.
おや、まだいたのか。無関係の部外者はとっとと消えてくれないか。
Oh, you're still here? I must ask you to take your leave at once.
これから私と彼女は、君ごときを助けるために、二人きりで行動するのだからね。
So pretty. Adolph, shut up! She and I will be working together to save your pitiful soul. Just the two of us. His words chilled the air. Ankou? He didn't respond to me, instead looking down coldly at Adolph. After a few seconds of silence.
ざけろ。お前みたいなうさんくさい男に、こいつを託すつもりはない。
You bastard. I'm not gonna let her go with some shady guy like you. I felt like I could almost see Adolph's rage rising from him. Adolph, be gone. Both of you, please calm down. I did my best to try and diffuse the situation, but they were glaring so hard at each other that they didn't respond. Ankou suddenly scoffed, as if trying to provoke Adolph even more.
いいかい？彼女が選んだのはこの私だ。独りよがりな役立たずの岸もどきはお呼びではないのだよ。
I know. I also love Ankou. Like, look at this man. Look at this outfit. Beautiful. Listen carefully. She chose me. She has no need for a self-righteous, useless knight like you.
役立たずなのはてめえも同じだろ。
I want to play with his name. His hair. I was like, I guess you could play with his name. Like, Ankou! You're just as useless as the rest of
こい
us.
つのことを昔から知ってたのなら、なんで今の今まで助けに現れなかった？
If you've known her for so long, why didn't you show up to her sooner?
何事にも順序というものがある。君のような無計画な男には理解しがたいと思うがね。
There is such a thing as order in this world, something I believe is too difficult for an ignorant man like you to understand.
肝心な時にいなかったことには変わりないだろうが。それとも年寄りらしく居眠りでもしてたか？
It doesn't change the fact that you weren't there when she needed help, or did you doze off like the old man you are?
口を慎めよ。
Mind your manners, useless one. When I'm thirsty for a character, I type too fast.
それはこっちのセリフだ。付きまといま。
Right back at you, you damn creep. No one's a creep here, okay? It's consensual. I am the right age. He's not even human. I don't know if that makes it better. They glared at each other as though they were ready to battle to the death. Just stop already. Ankou is an old man. 2 husbands. 2 old men. When I angrily intervene, they both turn their heads towards me at the same time. Unbelievable. Ankou, why are you being so cruel to Adolph? And you, Adolph, you're fighting back against everything Ankou says without hearing him out.
それはこいつがあまりにも身勝手だから。
I'm back to thinking they're the same person. It's because he's just thinking about himself. And how about asking how I feel? I shouted at the both of them, who said the exact same excuse at the same time. If you two keep this up, I'm going to just take care of everything myself. Got it?
姫君。
Princess!
バカ言うな。お前一人で行動させるぐらいなら、俺もこいつに協力した方がマシ。
India Tomy games have monsters of love interest, so it's fine we're dating Ankou. Don't be stupid. I'd rather work with him than have you go off on your own. Well, then do that. Adolph, you're the one who said that you won't die. So take responsibility for what you said. I want you to help me find a way to make you live longer than me. I want you to accept that Ankou stopped me from dying. Ankou, you have to stop being so mean to Adolph. I decided to accept your offer because I want to save the life I have with Adolph. She's like a mom right now. She takes after her mother. The two of them looked at each other. I don't... That's what I thought.
それが姫君の望みならば。
If that's what my princess desires. That's right. That's good, boys. After a moment of thought, they finally came to an agreement. In the end, Ankou decided to come live at Adolph's house as a guest. Oh, okay. I thought Ankou was like a being of light, like he didn't. Ankou and Adolph. We headed to Adolph's house with the two men walking on each other's side of me. While they were no longer arguing, the mood hadn't improved much from earlier. I've never seen Adolph so angry before. No doubt it was due to Ankou provoking him, but I feel like that's not the only reason. Ankou.
なんだい?私の姫君?
What is it, dear princess? Just rage over here. Adolph's root's only a little bit better because of Ankou. That's right, when you have the voice of Jonathan Joestar, everything can be fine. He smiled as if I were the only one in the world. Even without looking, I knew that a vein had appeared in Adolph's temple. So the plan is for you to live with us at Adolph's, but won't my present bring misfortune to you and Adolph?
ああ、それなら心配はいらない。他者の不幸を恐れて謎に挑めなくなっては本末転倒だからね。
You need not worry about that. We could not solve the mystery if misfortune befell us all.
初めて開口したあの夜に君の力をしばらく抑え込む特殊な術をかけておいた。
The night we met, I used my abilities to cast a spell to suppress your powers. A spell?
また、非科学的かつうさんくさい言葉だな。
Again with this insane rambling, just ignore him. Ankou scoffed, saying Adolph could never understand. So the reason nothing's happening to Adolph is...
少々運も絡むが、私の力によるところが大きい。
Though luck has some effect, much of it depends on my powers.
しかしこの術にも限界がある。一定期間が過ぎ、効果が切れれば、君はまた別の誰かを殺してしまうだろう。
Still, my powers do have its limit. The effect will wear off after some time, and you will again cause death to others. Ankou is the reason why people didn't die yet. Apparently, that's what the flowers were about, right? They were helping absorb the toxin to help make it less lethal to live here. Which means I don't have much time. The strange deaths had been plaguing Cohen were still continuing. If Mother Adolph were killed before we got rid of the curse, it would all be in vain. Only if those two people died. Anybody else, fair game. But Mom, world's over. Adolph, for her, world over. I was determined to do whatever I could to solve the case. Seeing Ankou nod with satisfaction, Adolph looked at him with a raised brow.
そんなことができるなら、今すぐこいつを普通の人間に戻すこともできるんじゃないのか?
If you have this kind of power, why don't you just turn her back into a normal girl now?
一時的にと言っただろう。何せ大掛かりな儀式だ。下準備にも時間がかかる。
I said my spell is temporary. There are additional steps to be taken. I cannot be done overnight. While I had seen his amazing healing ability in action, Anku's response only gave Adolph more reason to distrust him. Listen. Adolph is life. Thanks to their argument, I felt the dark shadow in my heart clear. Perhaps Adolph had a change of heart as he told me that he would be working with the corpse again on the investigation. I was actually happy he said that since I was worried about Eve's condition. Maybe Eaves is the reason why he changed his mind.
狭い小屋だね。こんな不便な場所での生活を私の姫君に強いていたのかい?
A terribly small shack. You have forced my dear princess to live in a hovel like this?
だがま、寝具の寝心地は及第点か。
I suppose the bedding is comfortable enough?
おいで、姫君。今夜はここで私が添い寝して君を悪夢から守ってあげよう。
Let's stab Adolph for a second and let Ankou heal him. Oh god. Come on, dear princess. I will sleep with you tonight and protect you from the nightmares. I'm going to sleep on this bed over here, so...
うせろ。ただの居候。
Get off, freeloader. As soon as Ankou tried to coax me into bed with him, Adolph mercilessly dragged him off. Ankou, I want to sleep with him.
監視も兼ねて、俺とこいつは部屋の端で寝る。何かあったらいつでも起こせ。
The two of us are going to sleep in the corner, so I can keep an eye on him, wake me up if anything happens. But I feel like I'm being a freeloader too, so why don't you sleep?
ダメだ。俺はまだこいつのことを信用したわけじゃない。
No way. I don't trust this guy yet.
信用ができないのは、むしろ姫君によこしまな感情を持つ君の方では?
It's you who are untrustworthy with your unseemly desires for my dear princess. The guest sitting on the floor swiftly evaded Adolph's heavy stomp. Seeing their lighthearted exchange, that's not lighthearted, my dear. I began to laugh. The sad future in my mind quickly disappeared.
おい。
Adolph, being horny for his foster sister. Listen. We've established he doesn't see her that way. And they weren't really foster siblings. They both lived in an orphanage. Totally fine. It's like being in the same class as someone. It's not the same.
姫君。
Dear princess. They're not dating yet. They can. I'm sorry. I couldn't help but laugh. You two are adults, but you're fighting like children. Adolph, I've never seen you act this way with anyone before. I smell...
お前が楽しそうならいい。
That's not exactly praise. I guess it's fine if you're having fun.
心底不本意だが、同感だ。
Though I hate to say it, I must agree. Seeing me laugh so hard that my shoulders shook, they both smiled. Tears were starting to build in my eyes from all the laughter. She's just over having a hissy fit, like a laughing fit, just nonstop. These are the last tears I'll shed. Girl, don't lie to yourself. Adolph didn't have much time left to live. I had to look forward and find a brighter future rather than waste my time crying. Cry, it's fine. Cry, it's fine. After changing into my sleepwear in the other room, I climbed into bed so that I could be well rested and ready first thing tomorrow. I looked at the two in the corner who seemed reluctant to be so close to one another. Good night, you two. Sweet dreams.
ああ、おやすみ。何かあればすぐに起こせよ。
Yeah, good night. Wake me up if you need anything. Adolph responded as he usually did. A few seconds later.
おやすみ。
Yeah, good night. Perhaps he was just about to fall asleep as Ankou responded quietly after a short delay. His voice was very gentle, unlike his usual voice. Even if Ankou is the same death that cursed us. Ankou, I love you. I still don't see him as a bad person. I was embarrassed looking back on how I once doubted him. When I have the chance, I'll ask him about the story passed down through Eve's family. And I'll try to cook something Ankou would like to eat. I wonder if he likes eggs. Though I felt tense about what was to come tomorrow, I also felt exhausted. Within seconds of closing my eyelids, I fell into a world of sleep. A world?
繰り返し言うが、俺はお前のことを信用したわけじゃないからな。
I'll say it again, I still don't trust you like she does.
あいつに何かしてみろ。不老不死だろうが関係ない。完全に死ぬまで何度だって殺し続けてやる。
Adpole, shut up. If you dare to do anything to her, I don't care if you're immortal. I'm going to kill you until you're dead for good.
君を殺すことはあれど、彼女を殺す気など砂粒のひとかけらもないから安心したまえ。
You can rest assured that I would never harm her, though I cannot extend the same courtesy to you.
それより、私のことなど気にしている場合かい？
That aside, I doubt you have much time to be bothered by me.
聞けば寿命が近いのだろう？
I have heard that your life will come to an end soon.
彼女を悲しませたくないのなら、今からでもリライバーとやらになる準備を進めておくべきだ。
Ooh, if you sincerely do not wish to sadden her, I suggest you prepare to revive as a reliver.
それともなんだい？リライバーになると何か不都合なことでも？
Unless there's some reason you're adamant against becoming a reliver.
黙れ。お前には関係ない。
Which could be, again, he was found on the beach because his family abandoned him, not on the beach, but somewhere else. I know it's about to be 4 hours. Listen, I was just trying to finish this first chapter. We haven't finished it yet. It's going on forever if it ends in the next 5 seconds. I'll be sad, but reluctantly agree that it's probably time to go to bed. I don't even know what time I work today. I know it's early. Besides, it took 20 minutes just to figure out how to get into the right chapter, right? We're fine. Everything's fine. What? Don't say my name like that. We're fine. It's none of your business, says Adolph.
その言葉、そっくりそのまま返そう。
Yes, your life is of little concern to me.
彼女が生き延びる未来を見たいのなら、せいぜいあがけよ。どこにでもいる普通の人間。
His voice is so good. If you wish to see a future where she lives, you must strive to do your very best, my dear normal human.
彼女を救う物語の主人公を足りうるには、君はまだまだ力不足だ。
You are not yet strong enough to be the storybook hero who can save her. YouTube Leah loves ruining my sleep. First off, shut up.
お前に言われるでもなく、
It's not
あいつが
me.
ガキの頃からず
It's
っと
the game.
心に決めている。
You don't have to tell me that. I already made my decision when she was a kid.
口先だけなら何とでも言える
It's
さ。
you. It's me. Easier said than done, no. I feel like that feels like a conclusion of a chapter. There, we did it. See, we did it. We finished one chapter. And both of these guys apparently are this chapter.
これはかつてある国を治めていた愚かな女の長い話。
This is a very long story about a foolish woman who once ruled over this country. All right, it's a chair and a notebook. Long ass chapter. Yeah, it was 4 hours. I literally was telling my sister yesterday because she was making food, and I was like, yeah, I'll probably be done about 12 getting through this chapter. I started early. Like, I was like, we'll be done by 12. And then we were like, I was still playing at like almost 2, and that's when she was like, hey, food's ready. I'm like, I'm really almost done now. For real. I swear, maybe. This is a very long story about a foolish woman who once ruled over the country.
言いたいところだが、
Ah.
あの女王がなぜ愚かだと呼ばれたのか。
Oh, was the leader of the exorcist Mama? I know she said she was once part of that and she got kicked out. And I know they said the first ruler, person of the exorcist was a woman. So was it Mother? Mother was the first one. Why was the queen called a fool?
一言で説明することができるだろ
The answer isn't too difficult to explain.
う。まあ、なんだ。
It's rather
単純
simple.
に
Really. She met
正
her
直す
downfall
ぎて失敗したのだ。
for being too
あの女
honest.
は
It starts with Mama.
いいか、俺が戻ってくるまでおとなしくしてろ。
All right, we did it. We made it to the end of one chapter in this final act. Please note that between this and this... Oh my goodness. This says 2,100 hours. We haven't had a choice. Oh no, almost 22. In over 2 hours. We've just been vibing for 2 hours in this game. All right, well, let's go to our title screen. Let's look at these photos before we call it a night so that Asia can get sleep because it's 2 a.m. Sorry. There, it's midnight here. Ankou, I love you. We're gonna start with Adolph. All right, this has 2 scenes. Does it? Wait, do I only have one of the 2? Am I missing one of the 2? Is that how I know? What else could possibly happen here? No, I hate this man. First off, he's got beautiful eyes. That's nice. I only have 5 of the 18 pictures, which, by the way, is my birthday. 5/8, we did it. I don't like that this is saying it's new, but it's not new because I can't click on the other one. And, oh. I'm missing an Ankou photo. We're gonna get them all. This is like Pokemon for me. Like, this boy is the only thing that matters to me. We only have 4 of his photos. How are we missing one? How are we literally missing a picture? How did I lose something? My second husband. This was my first husband. Let the record show. Alright, so we are gonna be calling it probably CG from his route. This is his route. I'm pretty positive this is their route that we are currently on. I feel like their route is intertwined. And we're in both of them. We're in the route right now. It's not the route you wanted, but it's the route we got. Alrighty, so we're on possibly the final route with a question mark at the end. Maybe this is a shared route. Maybe they go off into their own things. Thank you for the stream. Ankou is best boy, and I hate Adolph KFGHY. Not. Why not? It's too early to be sure you hate him. Right? Ankou, who is a sexy, attractive, voice-acted person on top of everything else, could say something that ruins it all. Look at Lucas. Lucas had everything, and then he turned into a person that puts you in a cage. I hate him as a love interest. Well, you can hate him as a love interest. You don't have to date him. But he is there. I don't know. I'm kind of indifferent to him. I think that's the difference. Is I don't really have strong emotions towards him because this game has refused to give me a good ending for anybody so far. So my soul is like at a 3. This game is gorgeous. The storytelling, interesting. I think we still have some theories that we're going to work out maybe in this route. If all the chapters are 4 hours, it's going to be sometime in December that we reach the conclusion, which is going to be a little disheartening because I was really trying to get to that point by the end of this week. Not this week, but next week. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to make you cry. No! It might be December that we're not done with this if these are long. Yeah, I don't really like long chapters for the sake of being long. You can tell a story and not repeat like a bunch of the same things. Like sometimes, I can't remember which one it was, where it would be like, they would reveal something and then your character would react to that reveal, and then they'd reveal something else and then your character would react to that reveal as well. Like you don't have to have an immediate reaction to everything happening. And like, especially if it's not bringing anything to the story, if like you say something and then nothing new is happening. Like the beginning of this made no sense. Why were they making me relive the prologue when we were there together? We were there. We saw the prologue. I didn't need it again. But we'll see how it goes. Have a lovely night. Please get some sleep. I feel like you don't sleep enough. And if you're watching this on YouTube and you like to see my newer videos, you can visit me on my Twitch. I do not stream very frequently. And if you are watching this on Twitch and you'd like to see my older videos, I upload all my VODs to YouTube. They are not in any sequence right now because all of my Yomawari ones I streamed in October and they are currently slated to go up in December. So if anything seems out of order, my bad. Bye. Bye, Sleazy. Bye, Asia. Have a great night. I will see you guys later. Bye.